What the fuck? When did that happen? Hold on. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Why'd I change? I didn't press any buttons, did I? Did I? I think I did. Ugh. But hello. Hi, everybody. The weird thing about that is I have no idea how that even happened. I have all of my toggles set to my numpad, and in order to change to demon mode, numlock needs to be off. It's on. So I couldn't have accidentally pressed the button. I would have had to accidentally press numlock, press the button, and then press numlock again. That was super weird. I hope that's not... Oh, now I have a gun! Are there any other toggles that turned on? Hold on. There we go. Are we good? I think we're good. That was really weird. I have no idea what the fuck that was. But today's stream is going to be shorter. I really wish I could play a game. I was kind of hoping I'd be done with everything I've been doing over the past couple of days today. And no, this is not like project stuff. I know a couple of times over the last like 2 weeks I've said I'm going to I've taken a couple days off of streaming to work on projects that I have, because I have a whole bunch of projects that I've been working on in my free time. A lot of them I started like in the middle of that hiatus I took when I first went insane. But I've had a very, very, very busy both today, the day before, and the day before that. On my last stream, I was talking about, and we were getting really into a good streaming pattern. We were streaming much earlier in the day, so even on my longer streams, I was still done by like 2 or 3 in the morning, which is good for me because that allows me plenty of time to try and sleep. But things are changing very, very fast for me. I kind of got it. You know what? I'm gonna explain things one step at a time. First of all, the doctor visit. I visited my doctor, and I got legal and government level paperwork filled out with all my medical information, and that's all finished and done, so I no longer have to worry about that. I talked to my doctor about the medication that I had been recommended by the Multiple Sclerosis Society. It's called... Fuck, what's it called? Hold on. Modafinil. It's called Modafinil. It's like baby's first Adderall. It's a very, very, very weak stimulant that is specifically used to help people with narcolepsy who have a problem being awake and a problem staying awake. And so far, I've only had it twice, and it has been a very, very, very good medication. I am riddled with problems because of my insomnia and my narcolepsy and hypersomnia, which means I have a hard time falling asleep. Once I'm asleep, I have a hard time waking up, and I sleep for extended periods of time without being rested. Like, it's not good sleep. It's bad quality sleep, and I sleep for way too long. So I have medication to help me sleep, and once I'm asleep, I'm good. And then when I wake up, like when an alarm goes off, I stop the alarm, I take the pill, the new pill, and then in 2 hours, I'm wide awake. It's super good. Yesterday morning was the most awake I've been in almost 4 years, and it felt amazing. It felt super, super good. I had an extremely productive day. yesterday, and I had a fairly productive day today. I got a whole bunch of stuff done. I was awake enough to be able to take a lot of the lists that I have that are unfinished because of my insanity and compile it all together and get a lot of it done. I did so much yesterday. Like, you wouldn't believe if I told you the ridiculous amount of stuff that I did. I did a whole bunch of government paperwork. I did a whole bunch of repairs to my car. I did a whole bunch of work in my room. I did a whole bunch of work at work and fixed a whole bunch of stuff that were very weird about that. I did a whole bunch of paperwork for my credit cards and for my phone plan through like Verizon, all sorts of shit. I was so productive yesterday. So the doctor's visit was pretty dang good. But there is a new complication. And it is a biggie. It is not something little. And in order for me to explain it, I kind of have to explain what the medication I take does. So, and I'm going to try to not repeat myself too much, so tell me if I start repeating myself. And I'm going to try to not take too long to say this, because I want anybody who wants to see the update to be able to click this stream and be able to, like, watch it as if it was a video, because I don't really have the energy to make a video right now and edit a whole bunch of stuff. I just got done with a really long day of work where I was doing a lot of shit, so I'm just going to knock it out. I have multiple sclerosis. As of right now, it is relapse-remitting multiple sclerosis. And what multiple sclerosis is it is a immune... what's it called? Hold on. What's the proper term for this? Yeah, it's a chronic autoimmune disease that it basically means, for some reason that doctors don't know, multiple sclerosis is a very hazy condition because the medical field really doesn't know that much about it. And I believe only 1 million people in America actually have it, the USA. A very small percent of the population has this disorder. And the reason I keep switching between calling it a disorder and a disease is because doctors don't actually know which it is. It might be a disorder, and it might be a disease. So they just call it a disease, because so little is known about it. But what they do know is my immune system sees the fat in my brain as a problem, and it tries to kill it. Completely random. At complete random times, degrees, severities, instances, every single thing about this disease is random. If you develop multiple sclerosis, it could be aggressive and really fuck you up. It could fuck you up for a little bit and then just stop. And it might do it again. It might never do it again. So when I say relapse-remitting multiple sclerosis, that means I had a multiple sclerosis event and I went into remission, which means it stopped doing what it's doing. And it's called relapse-remitting because more than likely, and as it was in my case, it'll come back and do it again in the future. And because my immune system just kind of goes, hey, that part of your brain is bad, I'm going to get rid of it. It's completely random as to what part of my brain or my spinal cord is going to be affected. It could be my eyesight, could be my optic nerve, it could be in my thinking departments in my brain. Could be my arms, could be my legs, could be sensation like feeling or heat. It could be pain and just pure damage. It can be literally anything. But in my specific case, my first recorded multiple sclerosis event was blindness. My optic nerve got stripped. And then later, I lost heat sensation in my arms and legs, and then developed neuropathic pain in my arms and legs. Developed generalized nerve damage, which means like a bunch of different parts of my brain have been kind of slightly damaged. And for the most part, it's not noticeable. But in the parts of my body that are the farthest away from my brain, it's the most noticeable, because that's where like nerve signals are the weakest in my entire body. So if everything gets slightly weaker, that's the part that's going to be first noticed, which is why I say in my arms and legs, extremities are the first things to experience problems from something like that. So it like started with my hands and feet and then spread to my forearms and my calves and shins, and then went up past my knees and elbows to my arms and my shoulders and my thigh and my hip. Like, it's kind of slowly spread, and then obviously the most recent and biggest one was psychosis and a generalized cognitive decline. So that's everything that I knew going into my doctor's visit the other day. And the medication I'm on is a pill called Mayzent, or its clinical name is sifonimod. Now, the way that your immune system works is you have cells called B cells. These B cells are white blood cells that specifically create antibodies and immunoglobulins, like the things in your body that can attack, damage, and destroy invading things, whether it be a virus, whether it be an infection. B cells are like the frontline defense system of your body. And what the pills I take do is it tricks those B cells into going into my lymph nodes. Because your body treats... Yeah, if you've watched Cells at Work, you understand. Your body treats your lymph nodes almost like a checkpoint. When you get an infection, your lymph node will swell because it will become packed full of these B cells and these antibodies and these immunoglobulins who are there to like filter your blood. Anything that goes through that lymph node is being checked like a checkpoint or like a toll gate by your white blood cells, and that's how it filters out anything to keep it from spreading to the rest of your body. Because if you have an infection and the infection was allowed to just go everywhere, it'd get in your brain and your heart and you'd be dead. There'd be nothing you could do about it. So that's specifically what the that response is what my medication prompts. It tricks my B cells into going into my lymph nodes, even though I don't have an infection. And the idea behind the medication in general is that if all of my white blood cells are in my lymph nodes, they can't go to my brain. And it is one of the best multiple sclerosis medications that exist. It is not the best because it is not the strongest, and that is because your white blood cells still have to get to your lymph nodes in the first place. So you still have some white blood cells and B cells in your bloodstream. So as long as the multiple sclerosis is not too advanced, my medication should theoretically keep me completely safe, right? And for a while I've been taking these pills to do exactly that. It's a pill I have to take every single day. And the reason that I chose Mayzent in the first place is because it doesn't remove my immune system, it hides it. I still have a full body's worth of B cells, white blood cells, immunoglobulins, blah, blah, blah. It's just all hiding in my lymph nodes. And if I get sick, I stop taking the pills, and it stops doing it. My B cells go, oh, hey, the body isn't telling us to be in the lymph nodes anymore. We can go out and do whatever we need. So if I did get severely, severely sick, I could stop taking the pills and fight the infection. And my chances of surviving the infection are pretty dang high. So it's like a safe medication, but it still does come with those risks because the cells do still exist. And stopping taking the medication in the first place, it is a last-ditch effort to fight off an infection. I never want to stop taking the medication because if I do, my white blood cells won't just return to my body, but they'll notice there's an infection and get really aggressive. And a sudden, aggressive, returning immune system will almost definitely, without fail, cause demyelination in my brain, and I'll have another multiple sclerosis event. Demyelination is when those B cells strip the myelin, which is the fat sheaths in my brain. And when those fat sheaths that are like protecting the nerves gets eaten away, the nerve could become damaged, wires could be crossed, really raw scar tissue could form around it, or not having the insulation could make the nerve fire weaker signals, giving me like less control over my body. Hold on, I'm changing the music. But I'm getting a little sidetracked. I'm trying to explain this all because you guys kind of need to know what my current medication does to understand what's about to happen to me. It's not enough. Mazent is not enough. My immune system is too strong, and it doesn't limit my immune system enough. I said right now I am diagnosed with relapse remitting multiple sclerosis. That's because I haven't seen my neurologist yet. When I do see my neurologist, my internal medicine doctor informed me that my diagnosis is most likely going to change, and I am probably going to be diagnosed with malignant multiple sclerosis, or aggressive or primary multiple sclerosis are other terms for it. Primary or malignant or whatever term you use, it's the bad one. It's the one where you don't go into remission. I was able to go into remission by taking the meds, but it's not enough of a remission to be considered a remission because my immune system is still slowly stripping my brain. Now, what's going to change when that happens specifically, what's going to change when that happens specifically is with a new diagnosis, I'm going to have to go on new medication. And when I saw my doctor and we sat down to fill out that paperwork I mentioned I filled out with him, he was assuming that I was applying for full disability. He didn't think I was planning on working. Now, I've never once in my entire life, nor throughout the entirety of my condition, which has been going on for over 3 years, I've never once considered that it was anywhere near bad enough to warrant me no longer being allowed legally to be in the workforce by the government. That has never been a passing thought in my head. But when he brought that up and I held the sheet of paper that he filled out in my hands, I looked through the list of restrictions I have at work, new restrictions, before I'm even on the new medication. And the restrictions are so severe that I can't do my job. Which means I am going to lose my job. I don't like saying that. It makes me very anxious saying that sentence. But I am going to be losing my job. Now, those of you who have been watching me know that I had already been planning on trying to find new work. That I was planning on trying to work towards making VTuber models for a living and changing occupation. But all of that plan is kind of out the window now. And the reason I said I had to do research yesterday, and the reason I didn't talk too much today, is because I have spent, since getting home from work after that doctor's appointment, until literally 10 minutes before starting the stream, talking to help pages, making calls to organizations, going through government paperwork, going through questionnaires, conversing with a lawyer and an attorney at a firm, and conversing with my managers and the corporate branch of the place that I work at. Because Well, right now, I'm working by defying the limitations that are set to me. Once I'm on the new medication, I will not be able to do that anymore. Mazent is a safe pill because it suppresses my immune system. Like I said, it's still in my body, it's just in my lymph nodes. But my multiple sclerosis is so severe and advanced that there is really only one medication I can go on if I want to keep my legs, and that is called Ocrevus. Well, Mazent tricks my immune system. Ocrevus kills it. Every 6 months, I will go into the hospital, and for 3 days, they'll do an infusion that will make me very, very sick for upwards of a couple of weeks. The infusion is a poison that kills my B cells, and it is not reversible. I don't have a say in any of this. This is completely out of my control. But once I start taking Ocrevus, I will have no B cells, which means I will have no immunoglobulins, which means if I get the tiniest bit sick, I'll probably die. So there's going to be a lot of very severe life changes that I'm going to have to do. I don't know when my doctor is going to start towards putting me on that medication, but until then, I'll be working as normal because I'm not on the medication yet. But whenever I do go on it, I am not going to be able to work. I will have to wear a special antibacterial suit in order to leave my house. I will have to have an air purifier and sanitizer in any room that I go into. My life is going to change completely and severely. And for the last 3 days, like I said, I've been consulting Social Security. I've been consulting FMLA, AMA, AMAAA. I have been doing a lot of research to the point that my head is spinning. This is all very confusing. But just from the medication I'm going to be on alone, not even considering my multiple sclerosis, light sensitivity, blindness, vision problems, loss of motor functions, and insanity, just from the medication, I'm going to be considered unfit for work. Now, this is kind of a good and a bad thing. It's bad for pretty obvious reasons. My health is going to decline very quickly. But if I'm careful and I make sure that my living space is well kept, I should be fine and should live a full normal life. Lifetime expectancy wise. It's obviously not going to be a normal life, but I should live to be old anyways. But I'm not going to be allowed to be in any sunlight. I'm not going to be allowed to be within close proximity of any people. It's going to be very drastic. And it is going to be very fast. So, that's why I haven't been around. That's why I haven't been streaming. The worst part is, I don't really know much yet. Because until I see my neurologist, nothing has started. I haven't started working towards any disability. I haven't started towards anything. I haven't been fired from the job yet. this is all going to be very, very strange. Because I have gone, in the course of a day, I went from, hopefully this new medication will make working easier, to, I'm probably never going to be able to work again. That's kind of a drastic jump. Because specifically what Archivist does, like I said, is it kills the B cells. It's a cytotoxin that will suffocate and kill them. And without them, I can't fight any kind of infection. I can't fight any kind of anything. Like, I'll have white blood cells, but they won't be able to do anything. And like I said, it lasts 6 months, which means once I'm on it, I can't get off of it for 6 months. I'm completely at its mercy. Now, there's always the chance that maybe medication will improve and a new medication will be found, but that's a massive what if in its entirety. That is a massive what if, and there is no actual reason to think that that's going to happen anytime soon. As far as what I'm going to do, I have absolutely no clue. If this does happen and I go on this new medication, I won't have to worry about new multiple sclerosis like problems. So I don't have to worry about losing my legs. I don't have to worry about anything else like that. But I will have to worry about sickness and sunlight and cancer and stuff severely. It's kind of... This is a lot. And it is very sudden. It is also extremely rare. I mentioned only 1 million people in the United States have MS. I think less than 10% of those people who have it have the kind that I have. So I'm literally going to have to be poisoned every 6 months if I want to remain a functional human being. The good news is, if this happens, I will instantly qualify for all benefits involved. I would get disability pay through Social Security, which will be pretty dang close to what I'm making now at work anyways, so that wouldn't be a problem. I would qualify for food assistance. I would qualify for housing assistance. I would qualify for all those things. And it's been kind of weird, because I've mentioned this lightly to only a few people, and it seems like everyone's immediate response is like being taken back by it. Because just saying it completely as it is, the idea of someone being on like this disability pay and stuff like that, immediately people think of like, oh, well, I have a uncle or I have a cousin who says he has headaches all the time, and now that he's getting the pay, he just keeps saying he has it, and we're like doubting him. And I'm like, I'm gonna die. I'm sorry some people abuse the system, but the system is in place for people who end up dealing with what I'm about to deal with. So it's been very strange to talk about to people. I've made a ton of calls. Thankfully, a lot of these organizations that help people who go through what I'm going through are available even on Sundays. So despite the fact that I was at work, I was able to take frequent breaks at work to make calls to these organizations and ask questions. One organization had like a super easy to fill out questionnaire. That's like, fill this questionnaire out and we'll be able to like immediately, with a 99% chance of, or 99% accuracy, tell you whether or not you're going to be allowed to work. And I only got 4 questions into the 20 question survey, and I got the result that I'm not going to be able to work. So, and that was just based off of the medication I'm on. I didn't get to type in my multiple sclerosis related disabilities. It just asked, how old are you? Have you been working for yada yada years? And what medication are you on? That's all it asked from me. And they already knew that this is what was going to happen. Which is what I've been researching. Because this is a very big thing that is very complicated. And I have been digging and searching and asking and calling to try and get any degree of confirmation one way or another as to whether or not this is going to happen. Because before then, like when my doctor first brought it up, I had a billion questions like, what if I'm not able to work my job but I don't qualify for benefits? What if I am able to work my job? Then I'll be fine. What if I can take this medication and things will be different? What if I wear a really good like suit when I go to work? Would I be able to work? And no, I would not. The outfit that I wear in order to go out into public is not going to be enough anymore once I'm on this medication. I'm going to have to breathe through a filter if I go outside and I'm anywhere near people. And I am going to have to be heavily cleaned in order to come back home with a lot of sanitizer, airborne and like gel-based. It's going to be really fucking weird. It's going to be very, very, very fucking weird. I was just thinking of something and I forgot it. Just before this. I've also talked to my work. So is it like chemo? Kind of. Kind of. Before Ocrevus existed, chemo was what they would do. So thankfully, because of Ocrevus, I don't have to go through chemo. But it's a lot like chemo. It will specifically target my B cells. Though. So it won't poison anything else, which is the danger of chemo. Like, you poison your whole body with chemo. It will just be my B cells. I'll go in every 6 months. They'll poison me. Kill my B cells. And then for 6 months, that poison will remain in my body, continuing to kill the B cells. After 6 months, I'll have to go in and do it again. They said it's a 3-day infusion thing. They hospitalize you for it. And for upwards of 3 weeks after the infusion, I'll feel very sick and lethargic. I'll probably sleep a lot and be unable to do a lot of stuff. It's gonna be very strange. I don't like the idea of being told I can't work. It's very dehumanizing and embarrassing. Sure, it's completely out of my control, but it doesn't matter. I'm losing my right to work. I'll still be able to do YouTube and make stuff and sell stuff, and hey, maybe if I like sell VTuber models or make games and it's successful, I won't have to be on Social Security anymore, and I can actually make a living, because, well, the disability benefits would be nice. It's definitely not a living wage, which is why I need housing assistance and food assistance. Because, nope, not even remote work. The way that they described it is, I'm trying to remember it properly. Social Security has a 5-step thing where, like, they ask, can you work your job? And then, like, 4 other things. One of the things is burden of proof then falls upon Social Security to see if there's another job in the national workforce I can do. However, just from the medication I'm on, it's an instant no. I'm not going to be able to work continuously in a fashion that allows me to work remotely. There are also no national workforce remote jobs that you can 100% always be at home for. Like, so the government it's very weird how they do this, and it took me a long time to figure it out when I was doing research last night. I was doing research until 4:30 in the morning, trying to figure out all of this. The government considers work, quote unquote, as in jobs that exist in the national workforce. And the jobs, in order to exist in the national workforce, have to check off boxes. And remote work, like sitting at home and doing calls, isn't considered that. However, if I did do work like that, I wouldn't be able to get the benefits, and work like that would not pay me enough to be a living wage. It's very complicated. You see how confusing that is. You see how convoluted that is. That's why I've been researching stuff for 3 days, because nothing seems concrete, nothing seems to make sense. I've been jumping back and forth trying to figure stuff out. Like, I was like, oh, well, I can work from home, so that's work, so I shouldn't even do the disability stuff. And I talked to someone at the MS Society, and they were like, no, that's not work. I was like, what do you mean that's not work? And they're like, that's not a job as far as Social Security is concerned. I was like, okay, but then can I still work it? And they're like, if you did, you wouldn't be able to get benefits. So you better make sure you're being paid a lot to do it. And I was like, what do you mean I can't get benefits? And they're like, well, even though it's not a job according to Social Security, if you make more than like $1,000 a month, which is nothing, it's considered like meaningful gains or something like that, and would immediately remove all of my benefits. So I would lose disability, I would lose housing assistance, I would lose food assistance, I would lose all of it if I were to do that. So if I was going to suddenly be paid for something, that can't afford a car, let alone a house, let alone groceries, let alone insurance, let alone paying taxes, let alone water and electrical bill, all that shit. That can't afford anything. So if I was to suddenly make money from a remote job, it would have to be a substantial amount. You see that problem? It's very complicated. If I was making $2,000 a month, I still wouldn't even be making half the amount of money that the average adult in my state needs to live comfortably yearly. I'm still under the poverty line. But I wouldn't just be under the poverty line, I'd be under the poverty line, and I wouldn't be allowed benefits. It's very complicated. And according to all the people that I talked to, including my bosses, what I should do is just get fired. Have the doctor fill out the paperwork, and then when I hand it to my boss, corporate will say, all right, you're not able to do the work anymore, and lose my job. So when I say I'm going to lose my job, I'm going to lose my job. And then I will have to start a ridiculously weird process in order to get disability benefits in the first place. Who knows how long that will take? It's so fucking complicated. And that's why I've been gone for the last couple of days, because I have been constantly trying to research the 9 billion layer pile of garbage that is this. Also, hi Geode. Hope you're having fun at D&D. It's all complicated. But to keep a long, complicated story short, I'm about to be poisoned and lose my job. But like you guys pointed out, if I did get a remote job, whether it be selling models, whether it be making games, anything like that, and I make a decent amount of money off of it, then I'm perfectly fine with Social Security pulling benefits out from under me, right? That's ideal, because the benefits from Social Security are not enough to live off of. Not alone. I won't be able to live in my own place. I won't be able to afford my own shit. I won't be able to afford anything. Every single cent that I get will be going like directly towards food, insurances, and whatever else I have to pay for. And that's not even considering rent, electric, plumbing, internet. That's not even assuming having a vehicle, gas, insurance on the vehicle, keeping up registration on the vehicle, as well as maintenance, like having my tires rotated and yada yada yada. It's such a long list of shit that I now have to think about, and I'm not gonna get any answers for a month. On the 11th of next month, I'll be seeing my doctor again, and that's when I will sit down and go over all of this with him. And that's when things will be decided. So from now until then, I just have to wait. I get no closure in this, which really sucks. The whole thing is crazy. I've never considered my condition to be bad enough to warrant disability or anything like that. But here, I can list off some of my restrictions at work, okay? And you guys can tell me whether or not you think I can exist in the workforce. I have them I have a picture of my paperwork right here. Let me pull it up. I'm obviously not showing it because it has my doctor's name and shit on it, and where I live and my name. So I'm not showing it on stream. I'm willing to talk about it, but I'm not showing it. So, I'm not allowed to work in any environment where I am in contact with human beings, where I can be overheated. I'm not allowed to work somewhere where I am subject to sunlight. I have light sensitivity and must be allowed to wear protective gear. I have weakness, and I'm not allowed to lift things. Because of the medication I'm on, I'm not allowed to operate vehicles. I'm not allowed to operate vehicles. I'm also supposed to be given constant and instant access to a chair or seating at any and all times. I'm supposed to be able to miss 6 days of work every week if I need to. I'm not allowed to work more than 26 hours in a week. I'm also not allowed to work more than 4 days a week. I am also not allowed to work any earlier than noon, and I am not allowed to work any later than 9. Tell me any place, just from that would hire me. So my restrictions are, I can't be anywhere that heats up. I can't be in contact with people. I can't carry things. I can't operate machinery. I can't get licensed to operate any sort of machinery or technology because of my mental impairment from the medication that I'm on. I'm not allowed to be in the sun and leave the house. And I'm not required to work any days at all. Just by saying, hey, I can call out every day and you can't fire me, just from that, nowhere is going to hire me. Which is why I'm instantly applied. That's the thing. Because of the medication I'm about to be on, and because of the complications of killing my B cells, I'm legally allowed to miss as much work as I want, and they're not allowed to punish me. The reason it says 6 days a week instead of 7 is if I can't work for 7 days or longer, then I have to go on a medical leave. Because that falls under a completely jurisdiction in the workforce. And I'd go on a medical leave that would be insured by the company that I'm working for. I can't physically do anything, I can't be around people, I can't use machines, and I don't have to be there. There aren't jobs that exist like that. There is no job in the national workforce that properly allows that to happen. And the reason I'm still working right now is because I'm breaking the rules. And I have been breaking the rules. I have been ignoring medical limitations in order to keep working my job. Because until now, I didn't think I could get any benefits or assistance on anything. You see how complicated that is? There's no winning. The long and the short of it is, I'm about to be jobless and there's nothing I can do about it. And then I'm gonna be poisoned for the rest of my life. Also, if anyone coughs on me, I'll die. And if I stand in the sun, I'll die. That's kind of a lot. That's kind of a loaded situation. And that's pretty much it. And I don't really know, because the reason I say I don't know what's gonna happen is I could, well, I've been trying to stream again regularly, right? I've been trying to play games at a decent time. I've been trying to regulate my shifts at work. I got paperwork filled out so that I could do that. I'm on new medication. My goal was to keep working my job under better conditions and then try to become self-employed. That was my goal. And that kind of got pulled out from underneath me entirely. And as much as I'd like to say, until the 11th of next month, I'm fine, I might get a call in the morning tomorrow saying that the neurologist has an open slot and that I have to go there now. And if that happens, I'm going to be driving to a different state tomorrow and they're going to poison me. It would happen that fast. So, essentially, I'm not even given a timer or a countdown clock. Could be tomorrow, could be a week, could be in 2 weeks, could be on the 11th. I have no idea. I have absolutely no clue about any of it. Might not even happen on the 11th. They might need to do other stuff before they can even put me on the medication. They might make me go through a full check-through before they can even do that, where I would see pretty much every kind of doctor. And they'd check my skin, and they'd check my blood, and they'd check my teeth, and they'd check my bones, and they'd check my eyes, and they'd check my mouth, and they'd check my hair. They'd check my digestive system, they'd check my organs, they'd do MRIs, CAT scans, x-rays, everything to make sure that there's no problems before they poison me. Because if there is a problem and then they poison me, I'll die. If I have a tooth infection and they poison me, it'll kill me. If I have a open ulcer when they do it, it could kill me. If I have even a little fucking mole on my arm that might be cancer, and it is, and then they fucking put me on the new medication, I'll get cancer everywhere and die. Once I'm on that medication, there will be nothing protecting my body anymore. if I get an infection, that infection will instantly spread throughout my entire body. And if it gets into my heart or my brain, I'm dead. It's very morbid, but there's no nice way to say it. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what's gonna happen. If all of it goes by quick, I'm gonna suddenly find myself with a lot of time, and I'll probably be able to stream a lot and do a lot of projects like making games and like new outfits and stuff for the channel. I might be able to, do a whole bunch of stuff, but there is also a chance that I will spend 3 weeks in a hospital unable to stream at all because doctors just killed my immune system. There's also the chance that it takes a really long time for me to even do that, and I'll be working my job until then, albeit against regulation. I'll be working my job until then, and I'll be able to keep streaming like normal, like I have been, until that eventually happens. I don't know what's going to happen. It is all up in the air, and I'm not going to have any answers until I see a doctor. So, I apologize that I haven't streamed the last couple of days, and I apologize in advance if I disappear for a while. There's no winning for me in this whole fiasco. There's no winning. The best possible outcome is that in 2 months, I'll have assistance for housing and food and a bunch of time. That's best possible outcome, is that there's not a single complication and I'm instantly approved for everything and I get fired. But no matter how this turns out, I'm gonna be fired from my job. That's the biggest announcement, is I'm losing my job. And I can't do anything about it. Because if it, so I could just not take the medication. I could. That is an option. But if I do, my multiple sclerosis is advanced. It's not relapse remitting anymore. Which means advanced multiple sclerosis doesn't just cause little problems every once in a while. Advanced multiple sclerosis fucks you up really bad. You lose everything. You lose your ability to walk, you lose your ability to see, you start losing hearing, smell, taste, you start losing everything. You start having problems with body functions, your organs start malfunctioning. It would turn me into a vegetable. So my choices are be severely poisoned, but not a vegetable, or be a vegetable. There's no winning. I think that's the hardest part about trying to find information on all of this is I can't exactly come out of this on top. I'm pulling it up right now. Yeah, every 6 months, Ocrevus is administered by a healthcare professional as an infusion into a vein. You'll have an extremely high risk of infections, including the flu, herpes, and other viral infections. You will also get inflammation of pretty much everything during the infusion, and a dramatically increased risk of cancer. It's all crazy. This is the medication they tried to get me to go on when I first was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. But I wanted to keep working because at the time I was taking care of 2 people. I wasn't just taking care of myself. And I went on the other medication that's less extreme and can be reversed. 1, because I don't want to die. And 2, because I wanted to keep working. And that's ending. Yeah, this whole thing is fucking stupid. But I think I'm done with my research. I think I've taken all the precautions that I can right now. The new medication I'm on is great. It's really, really nice being awake. But yeah, I have the website open right here, and it's Ocrevus is proven effective at slowing disability progress compared with Rebif, where people on Ocrevus are 40% less likely to have disability progression than those taking Rebif. Rebif is chemo. It's literally compared with chemo. And it says it's stronger than chemo, and it's better than chemo at dealing with advanced multiple sclerosis because it only targets multiple sclerosis. It kills the B cells. So while I'm on it, I will hopefully be able to maintain my vision. I'll be able to avoid muscle weakness. I'll be able to avoid cerebral function problems. I'll be able to avoid tremors and avoid loss of coordination. I'll be able to avoid numbness. I'll be able to avoid losing control of my bowel and bladder. I'll be able to keep myself from having problems with speech or swallowing. And that's all great, but there's new problems because not having B cells in your body is awful. Like, let me look it up. What's the thing Iron Mouse has? Because what I'm gonna have is effectively a severe version of what she has. CVID, that's right, that's what she has. She has CVID where her body has low levels of immunoglobulins. That's her problem. She has a condition where immunoglobulins are reduced and she's not able to deal with things properly. But you don't just have problems with sickness. When you don't have immunoglobulins, your joints get worse and will become inflamed and painful. Like, you will have a harder time walking and existing. You'll lose the ability to interact with people and go out and do things. There are a billion other problems that are going to be created by taking this medication. There's no fucking winning for me. I'm trying to remember, yeah, that's what it's called. That's what it's called. So what I'm gonna have is acquired hypogammaglobulinemia. That is the actual term of what Ocrevus causes. It is hypogammaglobulinemia. Globulinemia, not lonemia. And hypogammaglobulinemia is listed as one of the things that Social Security disability protects. That's why I said just from the medication alone, I'm gonna be considered unable to work. So, yay. Finding that out yesterday was the last thing I needed to know because I did a lot of research. Like I said, I was going through a whole bunch of stuff, but once I had an actual word for it, I was able to find out very quickly, yeah. If just from the medication alone, I'm not going to be allowed in the workforce, the medication plus my complications from multiple sclerosis, which are already bad enough to the point that I should not be working. I have been working anyways, because obviously I didn't think I could just not work. I've been ignoring a ton of stuff. I've been lifting stuff that I shouldn't. I've been overheating constantly while working. I've been in close contact with other people, which I shouldn't be. I've been licensed and actively using machinery like forklifts. Like, I've been doing so much that I'm medically not supposed to be doing, which is why my body has been deteriorating. All of those things put me at a higher risk of multiple sclerosis problems. So this all sucks. This all sucks ass. Sucks ass. Yeah, that's it. I don't really have anything else that has happened. The new medication's great. I'm able to be awake better, so you guys should expect better, earlier streams. So that's good. On top of better, earlier streams, me actually being awake during the day and earlier in the day should hopefully mean I'm going to finish my projects easier. Especially since I'm more alert. I'll have an easier time focusing on the things that I've been doing, which means you guys can expect to see some cool stuff. You guys can expect to see some outfits. You guys can expect to see some music. You guys can expect to see some animations, art. You guys are going to see a lot of stuff. But this is my warning, because I don't want to make 500 videos like I did before. And I wanted to do this on a stream because it would give you guys the ability to ask me any questions that you might have while I'm saying it. So I'm hoping anyone who has questions will be able to watch this and figure stuff out, which is why I don't want this stream to be very much longer than it is right now. Because if I make it too long, no one's going to fucking sit down and watch the whole damn thing. Already people aren't going to sit down and watch the whole damn thing. Hopefully someone will, like, summarize it all in, like, the comments or something. But this is my warning that I might disappear out of nowhere for a little bit. I might suddenly and instantly be in the hospital, having poison fed into my blood. But I also might not for quite a while. I want to say if I'm lucky, but it wouldn't really be lucky, because every single day that I spend not on Ocrevus, I might have a severe complication. I could wake up tomorrow unable to move my legs. Or completely blind. And as much as I hate the idea of being severely immunocompromised, and as much as I hate the idea of not being able to feel sunlight again, or be in close, direct contact with people who aren't taking special care and practices just to do so, as much as I'm dreading not doing those, going insane has been the single worst experience I have ever had. And I've had some bad ones. I've had some really bad ones. I've had fingers cut off. I went blind. I had a dead organ in my body for a year that melted into my other organs. I've broken both legs simultaneously, falling 15 feet onto concrete. I've been through a lot of shit, and going insane has easily been the single worst thing. If I lost my legs, if I went completely blind, if I had anything like that happen to me, that's way worse, as far as I'm concerned. That's way worse. Ironically, losing control and taking this medication and losing my job is taking control. Because if I don't do it, I will lose my limbs. I will be unable to walk. I will potentially be unable to talk, or keep my hands steady, or use my arms. And if I lose that, I'm not going to be able to do YouTube. And I don't want that to happen. I'm not just going to be unable to do YouTube, I'll be unable to drive and go places without being assisted. Worst case possible, I could end up having to be fucking fed through a tube because I can't eat. That's a terrifying thought to me. That would be far more dehumanizing than having to stay inside and losing my job. So, I'm literally having to pick my poison. It's crazy. The whole thing is ridiculous and crazy and wild. Don't want any of this shit, man. I was so excited to go see my doctor, get my new medication. Everything was going so fucking good. Yeah, I say that. I've been slowly dying. It's been going good, quote unquote. No worry, I know. I'll take my time, but I also don't want to do nothing. I told my doctor directly when I went in that I would do anything I needed to be healthy again and be able to do stuff. And if this is what I have to do, then it's what I'll do. Even if it's not what I want to do. And hey, who knows? Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe people actually will buy VTuber models from me. Maybe a game I make will actually do good. And I'll have enough money to live actually comfortably. Plus, there's another thing that I can kind of point out. All the shit SpaceX and Elon Musk has been doing could completely change everything. If Neuralink is as good as it is, like projected to be, I might be able to return to a medication like Mayzent instead of having to take Ocrevus. Because if Neuralink can bridge the damaged nerve connections in my brain the way that they're saying it can, then having demyelination isn't that bad. Because, oh no, look at that, my immune system that is weakened ate a little bit of the nerves that allow you to use your legs. I can't use my legs anymore. If Neuralink works the way it does, they would be able to take the signals from the source and send it through a different chain to get the same result. Because if once all the testing is done and it works properly, people who can't use their legs because of nerve damage will be able to again. People who can't talk because of nerve damage will be able to learn to talk again. People who can't see will be able to get some semblance of vision again. Like, there's a chance that just technology will advance to the point that none of this matters and I can live a normal life. That'd be great. If I had a machine in the back of my head that allowed me to use my non-functional legs and allowed me to speak and use my non-functional voice, and then I have a humanoid robot helping me do things that I'm unable to do, lifting things that are too heavy for me, opening doors for me, yada yada yada, I could live a pretty autonomous life. So there's always the chance that something crazy will happen, but as things sit the way they are, things are going to change for me very, 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 very fast. I had to talk to my bosses the last 2 days over it. I talked to the lady whose last day of work is tomorrow, by the way, and then the last person I like at my job is going to be gone. And she was like saying all sorts of stuff like, you're already... She was kind of the voice of reason. She was the voice of reason for me, because she was asking how the doctor visit went, and I was like, oh, I'm on this medication. First day of using it's pretty great. It's pretty nice. It was also kind of funny that apparently the doctor thought I was going to do full disability and wouldn't work here anymore because of my limitations. And she, who was my manager, and personally held all of the paperwork saying my limitations, went, well, I mean, yeah, you break those limitations every day. You lift things that you shouldn't. You push things that you shouldn't. You work in the sun when you shouldn't. You have people next to you when you shouldn't. You come in for more hours than you're supposed to, sometimes at times of day that you're not supposed to. And until I heard someone say it out loud in front of me, it never clicked. Because that's just kind of what I've been doing for the last 3 years. I've just had my limitations medically, and then do as much as I feel like I can, not what medically I'm allowed to. That's why I've been able to continue working. If I actually used or listened to all the limitations, I would legally be unable to do my job. Now, the Social Security might, as I am right now, be able to find a job that I can do. Because maybe I could do something remote, like you said. Maybe work for like a call center or something. But once I'm on that medication, that won't be the case anymore. So. Yippee! I'm trying to have a positive outlook on it. It's all very dehumanizing. And it's all very... What's the term I'm thinking of? It's all very hopeless. But if I play my cards right and things line up properly, I'll be set to be able to try and do something out of all of this. Because I know I was saying that I wanted to change jobs, I just didn't think it would happen like this. So, sorry again for not streaming the past 2 days, and for... I just realized that I didn't actually... I meant to yesterday make a community post on my YouTube channel. I was gonna say the same shit that, I was gonna say the same shit that I said in Discord. Because only so many of the viewers here are actually in my Discord. And I'm not gonna try and force or bend anyone's arm to join it. I meant to post on Twitter. And I meant to post some stuff on the community tab. Okay. Well, my channel just got found by a bot, so how are you guys doing? Yeah, wonky ass bot shenanigans. I guess this are bots. Yep, bots. Bots be like... Those are definitely bots. They both posted immediately at the exact same time. It's bots. The good news is I didn't ban them, I hid them. So the bots will continue posting here. And probably won't move on to a different account like bots are programmed to do. A lot of times bots, like once you ban it, it'll flag it and be like, hey, look at this. See this thing right here? It banned you. Switch to the other account and then do it again. If you hide them instead of banning them, it allows them to keep posting, but no one reads it. I am not a bot. My son and I are homeless. You literally changed to a different account. You are a bot. Also, I'm homeless. Shut up. I'm not being sorry about shit. I'm homeless. I am homeless. I'm homeless too. I'm homeless. I'm immunocompromised. I have a rare debilitating neurological disorder. You'll be sorry. Why is it when we're having a serious moment here? Bots, barge in. Ah. I guarantee you all three of those accounts are owned by the same person. Notice how only one of them has a picture. In my defense, I can't find the Discord channel. It should be... Yeah, it's there. It's, look in the description. Also, Mr. Guy who owns bots or multiple accounts. If you join the Discord, it's not gonna do anything. I have to approve you in order for you to even be able to post in it, so... Go find a different small YouTuber to try and con. Oh, wait, hold on. That's a good idea. Okay, I just had to double check. Also, hi, Sunby. Hope you're doing good. But please, my son Bubblegum. Oh no, Bone Son Bubblegum. What about my son, huh? I don't have a son. I have a cat. But my son. This may be his final moments. Okay. That's what's known as a skill issue. Doing good, yeah. I'm just tired of doing all this research on these fucking websites, man. I wish the government made literally anything simple. I would have been able to stream yesterday and today if they just actually streamlined their shit. It would be great. Holy shit, this guy owns a ton of accounts. Also, I know it's you because I said I was homeless like 10 minutes ago, and it says my viewers just went up 1. And then that account posts, and you say, hey, you're homeless, right? Oh, another one just joined! The viewer count went up 1 more! Didn't really know what to say. Don't worry. The thing is, well, it sucks that I'm going to lose my job for this. It is the good thing. Like, because of these bots are making me aggressive. Everything that's about to happen to me is good. It is a good thing. Because... Oh, look! Another one just joined! Because my multiple sclerosis is advanced enough that I would be worse off. Prove you're homeless. See my house? Oh, it's not there. Fuck you mean prove you're homeless? That just makes me think of that meme with the what was the meme? It's the guy who DoorDashed food and then the food never came to his house. And he he put in a ticket and he's like, hey, I never got my food, can I have my money back? And DoorDash responded with, prove you didn't get your food. So the guy took a picture of him with a plate, like a dinner plate on his table, holding a fork and a knife, and there's no food on it, and he's looking down at it all sad. And then he posed outside the front of his house, holding his hands out where the food bag wasn't put. I wonder if I have that meme saved, actually. Bet you I can find it. Prove you didn't get your food meme. Yeah, Uber Eats needed proof that he didn't get his food. There it is. Yeah, these are the pictures the guy took. I'm gonna save it, and I can put it up on the screen. No, no, not the Kim Jong-un picture, this one. There we go. Guys, I think he didn't get his food. Checking under the fucking doormat. I love this meme so much. Such a classic. An absolute classic. Yeah, Hellum, it's on the bottom. If you open up the description of this stream, down at the bottom of it, or right above the tags, it says, want to join the community, hang out in the Discord server, and there's a link to the Discord. Ever since I made the Discord server, that link has been in that part of the description of my YouTube videos. But even though everything I'm saying sounds super bleak, and it is super bleak, I gotta be very, very careful. Like I said a moment ago, and I'm not gonna carry this on for much longer because I've already made it super, super long. It is a good thing. Because the way I am right now is not good. With the limitations I have for my job, I am not working nearly enough money to even start looking over the poverty line. I'm not even making a third of what an adult in their late 20s makes in my home state. Or, I'm not even making a third of what is needed for an adult over 25 in my state to live comfortably annually. And the only real way I would be able to would be to work more hours, and I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to for 4 reasons. 1, the medication I'm on makes me severely incapacitated for at least 12 hours a day. 2, overwork, because I can't work more than so many hours in a day. I can't work more than 6 straight hours in one sitting. 3, I can't work more than 4 days in a week because I need 3 days allocated towards possible rest and doctor visits. And then 4, if I work more than 32 hours, I lose my health insurance. So there's 4 different reasons that I can't work more hours. All of which are listed on my paperwork that I handed my doctors 2 days ago. So much for working for a corporate entity, I guess. I started working at the job I'm working at, and I'll be able to say what the job is once I don't work there anymore. Obviously, until I'm not working there, I'm not going to disclose that and nobody gets to know. But, fuck, I was just gonna say something and I distracted myself. I hate being insane. I hate forgetting everything. This fucking sucks. What was I just talking about? Oh yeah, I've been working for... I had the idea coming out of high school, college is a waste of time and money now, unless you're getting like a doctorate. Because anything under a doctorate requires you to have like 15 years experience before anyone will hire you for a wage higher than living. So I was like, instead I'll just work, I'll do specialized courses while working. And I'll climb up a corporate ladder to get my expected pay as high as possible, so that when I do start working in the field that I want to work in, I'll have a ton of work experience, and I'll have, I'll just have a ton of credentials, right? I'll have people that can recommend me, yada, yada, yada. I worked at this fucking corporate entity for 5 years. I've doubled my hourly pay. For nothing. Not for nothing. In order for Social Security, and this is a little bit of knowledge for you folks at home, in order for Social Security to consider you disabled, in order to make Social Security consider you eligible for disability, they have this really stupid, confusing ass backwards work credit system where you have to make like $8,000 in a year total in order to get all the credits you can get, and it considers it quarterly to give you 1 credit each, so the max credits you can get in a year is 4, and in order to get those 4 credits you have to make like the 8,500 in a year. You can make it all in 1 month, Or you can make it spread out over 12 months. It doesn't matter. You have to have earned that much money from a job that you pay taxes through in order to get the credits. So it's not for nothing. I've been in the workforce for... How long has it been now? It's 2024. I've been in the workforce for 7 years, and I've worked enough each of these 7 years to get 4 credits from each of them. And I think from ages 21 to 27, you need 6 credits. And I have 28 plus, because that's not considering the ones I've gotten this year. So I'm way over the work credit requirement. I've been working my ass off ever since I graduated from high school. Developing a severe whatever disease was not part of my plans. But it is really good that the new medication I'm on works. It's really, really nice. I didn't think it was going to be as impactful as it was, or as it is, because I guess I've never taken anything like it. I've never taken a stimulant of any degree. So I don't know, I had no idea what it's like. And the one I'm on is like super fucking weak sauce. I'm only taking like, how many am I taking? I take 100 milligrams, and that's the lowest dose that you can get of it. If Adderall was a fucking silo can of beer, I'm taking baby sips. But it's still good. For the past 2 days, so today and yesterday, I've had no problems waking up, which is an alien thought to me. Because I have had such a problem with sleep ever since they did those first passes with steroids. It was awful. It has been so bad. I hate sleeping for like 20 hours at a time. It feels like shit. You don't even feel like you slept. It feels like you just laid down. Your head hurts, but also I guess the head hurting is also other medications interacting. Because when you take as much as you do to sleep, like I do, it gives you a headache. You just don't notice it because you're passed out. But any questions? Does anyone have any questions? Did I do a good job explaining why what's gonna happen is happening and what the medication I'm taking does? Because I don't want to sound like a nerd about it, but I also kind of want to explain it to the best I can. Because I could just say, I'm gonna be taking immunosuppressants, and then not explain anything. But I feel like explaining what exactly Ocrevus actually does helps a lot. Its clinical name is ocrelizumab. Who knows, maybe I'm gonna be a fucking trooper. Because if I'm lucky, when they do the infusions, it'll be like 60 minutes of prep stuff, and then 4 hours of being hooked up to an IV, and then I'll just get to leave, and I won't feel sick at all, which can happen, but it's rare. That would be so nice. Oh, that would be so nice. I'd be so happy. Although the first time they do it is gonna suck, because the first time they have to like, what, acclimate? Is that the word for it? Yeah, they have to acclimate me to it. So instead of just giving me the full 600 milligram infusion right away, they're going to give me 300 milligrams, then 2 weeks later, give me 300 more milligrams. Then after that, every 6 months, I'll get 600 milligrams. 2 times a year. And if I do take it like a champ, and I don't have any problems, they'll be able to shorten the time that it takes for me to get it. Because my body can handle it. It's mostly what my body can handle. If they give me all the poison instantly, I'll die. But if they give it over 4 hours, they're giving it little bits at a time, and your body slowly adjusts to it, which is why you feel sick. But if you can handle it, they can do it in just 2 hours. So if I'm lucky, and my body can handle it, which I'm sure it can, because I've been able to handle much worse and much stronger medications before, it'll just become a thing where, like, I go and I stop by the hospital. 2 hours later, I'm out of it, and I just have to do it 2 times a year, and I'm golden. Plus, there are some really nice companies that I was linked to that will be able to help me set up things super nice. On top of that, it's not like I'll have 0 human interaction. I'll still have human interaction. I'll still be able to see people. I'll still be able to, like, go to some places, but it's going to have to be prepped for me. Does that make sense? Like, they're going to have to make sure that no one's sick in order for me to go there, and as long as the people who live with me, if anyone lives with me, also are, like, careful, then I don't got to worry about it. Because if I'm living with someone, and then they go out to the market and get the flu and then come back, obviously I'm in danger. And I would feel bad, because I don't want anybody to feel that tension. Let's see, is there any other news? Is there any other lighthearted news I can give? I'm updating my room. Obviously, I'm updating my room because what I gotta do is I gotta get all the clutter gone, because I need air circulators. I'm gonna need air circulators, and I'm gonna need an air filter. And the air filter is gonna make sure that, like, no mold or dust buildup happens in the room. The reason it's so important for my bedroom is it's where I sleep. If I start going, ugh, this air doesn't feel very good while I'm awake in a room, I could just go somewhere else. Or put on my filter mask, or take sanitizer, or do anything that I need to. But if I'm asleep, I can't exactly react to things. If the sun starts shining in my room and I'm asleep, I can't exactly wake up to make sure it's not on me. If it's on me, not good. That's already the way it is, but the reason it's not so dangerous for me right now is because if I did get sick right now, I'd just stop taking Siphonamon. Stop taking it. My immune system would come back. It'd probably spank me on the way out, but I'd be fine. I'd be able to get over it. It's the whole reason I chose it in the first place. It kind of sucks that I chose it to avoid going on Ocrevus, just to end up having to go on Ocrevus anyways. But there really is no better medication. Alright, well, I'm guessing no one has any questions then. The only other medication I could go on is this really weird one, but what it does is, if I take Ocrevus, my B cells will be killed in mass, and I'll have a severely depleted immunoglobulin count. But, well, that sucks. It doesn't, like, just outright poison me. No part of my body will have no white blood cells, because white blood cells don't just do immunoglobulins. B cells are important for immunoglobulins. There are other white blood cells that do other things. There are other white blood cells that are involved in clotting, that are involved in cell repair and maintenance on your organs. The other medication, what it does is it blocks your white blood cells from reaching your brain and spine specifically. And what that means is if I have the slightest damage, bleed, anything, if even a single virus cell gets into my brain or spine, I'm completely fucked. Completely fucked. Entirely. There is zero chance of survival. I'm trying to remember what the medication is called. Is it PML? Yeah, PML is often fatal. Yep. And I'd have no way to know it's happening. Yeah, is PML fatal? Yes. Progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathy is a fatal disease. Nope. Mortality rate is about 50% within the first few months after diagnosis. I don't want that. I don't like the sound of that. That's just a when am I gonna die situation, not a if I'm not careful I'll be in trouble type situation. Oh yeah, also disclaimer, I'm not a doctor, so I'm not good at explaining everything. But I've been doing a lot of research for 3 days to try and make an informed decision. And it's been difficult to do. Don't know what to say. Sorry. No, don't be sorry. I'm fine. Nothing has happened yet, and when it does happen, it will be under the supervision of trained professionals and doctors that will take good care of me. I'm not worried. I'm not worried I'm gonna get sick. The thing I'm most worried about is the fact that I'm losing my job. I don't want to lose my job. No matter how sick I get, I still have to pay for things. I have to pay for fucking food, and I have to pay for housing, I have to pay for insurance, I have to pay for a car, if I can use a car, but I still have to pay for it. I don't even pay for housing yet right now, and I still have no money left over because I'm homeless. I live with family because I can't live anywhere else. But hopefully this will be a good thing. Borrowing a phone, don't worry about it, Taryn. Ugh. Alright. Closing the shit that I have open, because I don't want to see it anymore. Fuck you. Archivist. Major emergencies or just too tired to game? Major emergencies. That I just spent like an hour explaining. I'll give you the long TLDR. I'm gonna lose my job. And I'm gonna be severely poisoned. And I'm not gonna be allowed to work. And it's gonna happen very fast. Yes, sir, I'm like, it's fine, don't worry about it. My multiple sclerosis is being changed from relapse-remitting to malignant. And malignant means it is hyper-aggressive and continuous. While I can heal, it keeps... The job thing I heard, no, it's not I'm planning on changing jobs. I'm going to lose my job. I'm going to be fired. And Social Security is going to consider me unable to work in the workforce. I don't know when yet, though. diagnosis is going from relapse-remitting to malignant multiple sclerosis. And malignant multiple sclerosis means it is aggressive and it is consistent. Also, it's called like primary multiple sclerosis, and like there's a whole bunch of different terms for it. There's only one medication that works for it, and it's the only medication stronger than the medication I'm on. The medication I'm on is Mazin, and it tricks my B cells into going in my lymph nodes. Because when you get an infection, your lymph nodes swell up. That's why if you ever get like a throat infection, you'll feel like pain on the sides of your, like in between your neck and your jaw. That's because your lymph nodes swell up, because white blood cells go in there to filter everything going through to try and get rid of that infection, right? That's effectively what's happening with me, but it's all over the whole body, so no specific lymph nodes are swollen to the point of it hurting. But the immune system still exists, and the white blood cells still have to go from where they're made to the lymph nodes in the first place. So while it's passing, if your MS is advanced enough, it can still cause damage to your brain. That's why I've been having problems nonetheless, even though I'm on Mazin. And the only medication that will make sure I don't become a vegetable is called Ocrevus. Ocrevus doesn't trick my B cells, it kills them. And it kills them for 6 months and is non-reversible. Every 6 months. I'm going to be getting effectively chemotherapy every 6 months that's going to kill my B cells to a degree that they're not going to be able to do anything anymore. When that happens, I'm going to be considered I'm going to be diagnosed with hypogammaglobulinemia. Is the condition that the medication causes. The good news is, most likely, like there's a 99% chance I'll never have a complication with MS again. The bad news is I'll have hypogammaglobulinemia, which is considered a severe disability by the Social Security agency, and people with it aren't allowed in the workforce because I can't be in contact with people. I have to have the ability to disappear for extended chunks of time regularly, because I will be very sick when I get my infusion. And then there's a whole bunch of other negatives. Hypogammaglobulinemia is basically what Iron Mouse has. Except for what she has, if I remember correctly, is her immunoglobulin 6 count is severely low, I think. It's whichever one of the, like, I believe there's 6 different kinds of immunoglobulins, and one of them accounts for 60% of the immunoglobulin count, and that's the one she has a severe lack of. And if you have a severe lack of any of the others, it's not too bad, because the one that makes up the bulk of it still exists. But if it's the one that makes up the bulk of it that's not there, you have problems. I'm gonna have a whole bunch of different possible side effects, like arthritis is a problem because of inflammation and damage in joints, which can cause difficulty walking, which can cause difficulty talking, difficulty doing actions such as singing. Strain on things becomes very, very bad. And then on top of all that, I'm still going to have all the problems that I got from MS. So, it's not a situation of maybe, like, once I'm on that medication, I'm not going to be allowed to work anymore. I already technically am not allowed to work my job. I've been ignoring medical limitations to keep working because I had no idea that I even qualified for anything like disability, and I can't just not work. I've never considered that, ever. So are you going to be immunodeficient? I am immunodeficient right now, but I'm going to be much more severely so. Because right now, all my B cells are in my lymph nodes. And if I get sick, I could just stop taking my pills and they'll come back. Ocrevus lasts for 6 months and you can't reverse it. Once you do it, that's it. It's a cytotoxin that bonds to your B cells and it kills them. It like destroys their ability to create immunoglobulins. So I'm going to be deficient in every immunoglobulin count. And yeah, it stays in your blood for 6 months. So if I do become sick at any point, let's hope it's something that can be killed with medication alone. Because I have no immune system. My skin is crawling learning about this. I could only pray for you. So I don't want to talk about it all over again too much, but when I saw my doctor 2 days ago, he thought I was applying for full disability. Because I had expressed that we need to go on Ocrevus because Mayzent isn't strong enough. So he thought I was already applying for it. And I was shocked to hear that. I had no idea. But I've spent since then, all the way up until now, doing a ton of research, going through websites, questionnaires, making calls, forum pages. I've talked to agents, I've talked to companies, I've talked to just people that offer assistance. Thankfully, a lot of these places were open today, even though it was Sunday, so I was able to make the calls while I was at work. I was up till 4:30 last night reading through obscure websites, just trying to figure out anything. And it wasn't until I found the term hypogammaglobulinemia that I finally had my answer. Just from the medication I'm going to be going on alone, I'm not allowed to work in the national workforce. And as much as I'd like to work a job like a stay-at-home job at a call center, if that call center paid me more than $1,000 a month, I'd lose all my benefits that I'm about to get for being fired. I'd lose housing assistance. I'd lose food assistance. Once my doctor fills out the piece of paper that says I have it, I'm gonna lose my job on the spot, and I'm going to be put in the system on the spot against my will. I'm gonna have no choice in any of this, and the only way I'd be able to work is if I found a job that can pay a living wage, where I'm able to miss weeks at a time because of my infusions, where I don't lift anything, where I don't interact with people, where I don't go outside, where I don't go in the sun, where I don't exercise, where I don't overheat, and where I don't need to operate any type of machinery or program. And it has to pay enough to be a living wage. If it doesn't check every single one of those boxes off, I can't do it. Because if the government determines I'm making meaningful gains, which is anything over $1,000, they will rip everything away from me. And I can't live off of $1,000. Yeah, you can see the problem, yep. And the reason I don't have a choice in it is I have to go on Ocrevus. If I don't, I'm going to be a vegetable. That is the worst that could happen. I don't want that to happen. I'm not going to let it happen. I'm not going to be a vegetable. I'm going to remain a human being. Even though it is dehumanizing to lose work, I'm going to stay a human being. Because aggressive malignant multiple sclerosis fucks you up. Bad. And as much as I want to keep rolling the dice, I don't want to keep rolling the dice. Why do they consider 1,000 to be livable? It's not livable. Here's the thing that's fucked up about it, Keg. Social Security does not care if it's a living wage. Social Security does not care if the job is available. Social Security does not care anything about any of that. If the job exists, you can't get the benefits. But they have to prove the job exists, not me. So I spent all night last night trying to figure out, oh, fuck. Is there a job I can do? Because if there is, I gotta start trying to get into it. But once I looked more into the medication and less into Social Security, because Social Security is a whole bunch of word salad garbage that doesn't mean anything. Looking at the actual medication, hypogammaglobulinemia is listed as one of the things that you're considered unable to work for. Same with multiple sclerosis, but multiple sclerosis, you have to have a lot of doctor's notes proving that it limits you, which I have, but I've been working anyways because I don't want to go on disability. If like look at it this way, if I go on disability and I get food stamps and I get housing assistance, I'm still not going to be making enough to live comfortably. Once I go on disability, I'm only going to be making like 60% of what I make now. And what I make right now isn't enough to live. I'm going to have to find another way to make money. So like I have two choices. The thing I don't want to do, which is be just a vegetable. I can either be one physically by letting MS have its way with me, or I can be one metaphorically by doing nothing and not spending any money. If I only pay the minimum for rent every month and never leave and don't have a car and don't have insurance on a car and don't go outside and don't use live in like a vacuum sealed building where I pay minimum amounts of money on heating and electricity, and I never do anything that costs money ever again, I could survive. Because that's what the disability is accounting for. It's not giving me enough money to live, it's giving me enough money to survive. But if I make more than $1,000 in a month, then they consider that meaningful gains. They don't care that $1,000 isn't livable. They don't consider it livable. They consider it a meaningful amount of money. A meaningful amount of money means you earned it. If you earned it, that means you found work. If you found work, it doesn't matter if they consider it a job. You found work that pays, you lose your benefits. And I wouldn't just lose everything else. I would lose my current health insurance, which pays for the medication in the first place. So I would lose a lot more. The good news is, if I suddenly come across a way to make enough money to be livable, like selling models or making games or something like that, and I suddenly have money, I don't give a fuck if Social Security pulls that benefit out from under me. I have money. I'd rather that. I would rather that. I would rather be making enough money to be alive, not just survive. But getting there is the hard part. And it's not necessarily that I'm pushing back the long night as long as I can, Taryn. I don't really have a choice in it. I don't see my doctor until the 11th. When I see my doctor on the 11th, I have no idea if they're going to just do it right then and there, or if they're going to start. If they start the process, they'll probably have me do a whole bunch of shit. Like, they're probably going to have me see almost every kind of doctor. Because they're going to have to check my teeth, because if I have anything that could become a tooth infection, it'll kill me once I'm on the medication. And if they're going to have to check my various organs, because if any organ is malfunctioning, it could kill me. They're going to have to check my skin, because if I have anything that might become cancer, it will become cancer when I go on the medication. Once they've checked everything off the list and I'm good to go, then my doctor fills out the sheet of paper that says, give them the meds, fire them. It'll all happen at once. I won't get money until Social Security decides I do, but apparently with the medication I'm on and the stuff I have, they're just going to approve it. Usually when people apply for disability, it gets denied the first couple of times because they're vetting out people who are doing it wrongfully. If someone tries to wrongfully apply for disability and then they get told no, they usually don't try again. So the people who really need it will try again and get attorneys and get lawyers and stuff like that. I shouldn't need that at all. I'm probably just going to be approved because I have a doctor's note saying I'm taking a medication that's poisoning me. I was on unemployment for a while in the pandemic, and they would check each month. Hey, you didn't make enough this month, here's some money. Or you made too much money this month. Yep. I had the same thing happen when I was on disability when I went blind. I was on disability for 6 months when I went blind, and I didn't work during it. And at the 3-month part, they were like, asking me if we're extending it, and I had the doctor's information saying I'm extending it and yada yada yada. And then after it got extended, I came back to work. And when I came back to work, my health insurance that I'm on was like, hey, you returned to work. I'm like, yeah. And they're like, if your work offers you health insurance, you have to take it and you can't use this health insurance. I'm like, I know. It doesn't. And they were like, well, we got to check and make sure you're not making too much money. Because if you are, you can't be on this health insurance anymore. Because it was a health insurance I got put on when I got the disability stuff, right? And I was like, okay, what do you need from me? And they're like, well, we need your last 6 months of pay stubs is what we need. We need to see it. And when we see it, if you made too much money, you need to be off our Like, he was being just a bitch about it. And I was like, okay. And I sent him all of my pay stubs of $0.00. And then when I called him back, he was like, yeah, you're good. I'm like, oh, but what's the matter? I thought, like, are you sure I'm good? You sure I'm not making too much money? He backpedaled so fucking hard. Because they are ruthless until you have paperwork saying you're right. That's why this whole thing's complicated. The government will do every single thing in their power to give you nothing until they have to. That's why it's so important that when this happens, my doctor makes the decision. Because if he doesn't do it right, and I don't immediately go on it, I'll be expected to work. Which means I'll be expected to interact with people, lift things, push things, overheat, be in the sun, drive, everything, while dealing with severe immunosuppression, hypogammaglobulinemia, and all the other side effects of my multiple sclerosis. And the reason I say it is completely random is, yes, I see my doctor on the 11th of next month, but I might get a call tomorrow saying to go in tomorrow. If a position opens up, they'll want me in as soon as possible. So I'm kind of hoping that no positions open up. I'm kind of hoping that I get this month to just relax a little bit, adjust to my new medication that I'm on, not the Ocrevus, do some streams, just have fun and relax and live life normally until I eventually have the call made. Because it'll be entirely my doctor. Obviously, I could tell him, no, don't do it, but I'll die if I do, so I'm not doing that. I choose life. Plus, if I do get my super nice new suit, I'll be able to go out. Basically, just a balaclava and my UV resistant clothing and my UV resistant visor isn't going to be enough anymore. And I have to use like a filter. I say just my dad's favorite movie. Yep. I'm glad you recognized it. No thanks. I choose life. Anyone else saving this fucking Pokemon lore dumps? No idea. I don't think I have. But as much as I want to keep continuing and rambling, the video is already 2 hours long, and I wanted it to be short enough that if anyone clicked on it, they'd be able to find out what's going on, but I've been repeating myself a lot, so that obviously didn't happen. It's scary, but I'm gonna be okay. This could be a very, very, very good thing. It's not the way I wanted things to happen, but it could be good. There's a leak about Pokemon info from Generation 4 to the last... Oh, is that what's in the Game Freak leak? I saw that Game Freak had a massive leak, but I didn't know it was in it. Apparently, like, the leak was so big that it was going to take a while for us to start actually seeing bits of the information. It's kind of cool. I haven't seen anything about it, though. I've spent the last 2 days reading Social Security forms. It fucking sucks ass. It's all grape and zoophilia, yeah? Are you surprised? It's Pokemon. I haven't verified much myself. It's supposed to be a bunch of design docs from the Black, White, and Heart Gold. Interesting. So around when I stopped playing. That's kind of cool. That'll be interesting to see, actually. I'm excited to read some of it. But sticking it in octillery isn't giving birth to human children. Hot. Why'd I say that? Don't quote that. Don't clip that. Hey, yo. Eggy's not exaggerating? I'm not surprised. I'm actually not surprised. Chat, remove his balls. If anyone clips me, ban them for an hour. And then take 55 minutes off that ban. Ban them for 5 minutes. And then mod them for a week. I haven't gotten any sleep. Stop reading it! Thankfully, I'm actually feeling pretty good. Give me one of your new and improved Skittles. Hey, I'm not taking medication to sleep. I now have medication to wake up. That's my new medication. I take my amitriptyline and gabapentin to sleep, but I now take modafinil to wake up. So if you take my new and improved Skittles, you're not sleeping. That's what my doctor said to be very careful about. He was like, hey, if you take those pills and you're not able to sleep anymore, stop. Stop taking them. But I haven't had any problems. I've only been on it for 2 days, but I haven't had any problems. It is really nice feeling rested, though. And I was thinking about it objectively earlier when I was talking to that lady at work. And honestly, that sounds fucking nice. Like, as much as a lot of this shit sucks that's about to happen, I'm just thinking of not having to work at my job, getting assistance with food, being given the time and the ability to try to work on what I want to work on. Like, when you don't say all the negatives, all the positives sound really nice. And I really like the idea of being able to relax a little bit. Not having to fight people over schedules. My biggest worry is that they're going to poison me every 6 months. As long as I set my living space up properly, and I do things right, and don't just make a little bit of money out of nowhere, this is probably one of the only ways I could get a house of my own. I could get a house of my own. I could work on projects that I'm passionate about. I could have better quality and more food than I have right now. And if Mr. Elon Musk's technology blows up, and I'm able to get like a Neuralink to deal with some of the problems of my multiple sclerosis, and I'm able to get a robot butler who will be able to fucking help me in and out of bed and get me food if I'm unable to walk and can't like get to a kitchen, or can open doors for me, or anything like that would be great. That's something. Okay, we'll talk about this for just a moment. That's something I've been half tempted to make a video on, because Elon, what's his robot called? It's called like the Optimus or something like that. The humanoid robots that are like, because there was a huge breakthrough in humanoid robot technology, and they're now doing, a whole bunch of companies are now doing in-home tests where they're having people live with these robots so that the robots get data from actually doing stuff. Sadly, that got discovered for being a scam. Optimus had a human pilot. In that showing, it did. But there's another company that makes robots like that who is actually doing in-home trials with them. Like, they are having people live with these robots. The robots suck right now. They suck. They can't cook. They can barely walk. They have a hard time with stairs. But they are improving dramatically from what they were before. And if that gets optimized properly, even just having a machine in my house that can help me out of bed or open doors for me would be completely life-changing if I do end up having complications from hypogammaglobulinemia. Because before Musk was even showing off his Optimus robot, I had already been looking at a different company that was doing the same thing. And their robot looks better than Musk's, by the way. But I'm slightly hopeful, because if technology advances in the way it's looking like it will, all the problems that I'm about to have from my disease and the medication I'm going to be using to fix it will be curbed. I could live independently as an adult. Which would be awesome. I gotta find some sort of silver lining. But yeah, I completely forgot where I was going with that. Every time I see people talking about those robots and stuff, every time I see people talking about the humanoid robots or Neuralink or stuff like that, it's always like, oh, well, it can't do this. Or, oh, well, it can't enough do this. Oh, well, what if someone downloads a 500 zettabyte zip bomb into your Neuralink and your head blows up? No $100 donations, got bots. Actually, that's kind of funny. Social Security won't count money I make off of YouTube. I can choose to have YouTube just hold on to it. And it's not taxable until it goes into my bank account. So it's not considered taxable resource. And it's taxable money that's considered towards that stuff. So there is a loophole. That's essentially what my plan is. I'm gonna get the poison. It's gonna stop me from having multiple sclerosis problems, and I'm not going to earn a cent until I have the disability stuff. And then I will only start earning the money if it's a living wage that is better than the benefits. Because until I know for sure it would be enough, can't do it. I'll do it myself. So, that's my only loophole I can play off of right now. I forgot what I was talking about again. Robot does sound perfect for you. It would be amazing. Everyone makes jokes and talks about, oh, well, can you fuck the robot? Can you fuck the robot? I haven't seen anybody talking about the actual practical uses of these new technologies for people that need them. Everybody compares the fucking humanoid robots and the Neuralink to like this generation's equivalent of smartphones. It's something that's nice to have, but it's not needed. For someone like me, it will be. That'd be awesome. Everyone asks if you can fuck the robot, but never can the robot fuck you. SMH. We live in a society. Post 2020, smartphones are borderline mandatory. Yeah, that's because smartphones have been made mandatory because of the way that corporate environments have evolved, you'd be hard pressed to find a corporate entity that doesn't need or ask you, at least really firmly ask you, to do something involving the internet in order to make purchases through them. The Target in town. If you are lucky, you can pay with cash. But they don't have registers normally anymore. You gotta use a card or a phone in order to make the payments. They don't take checks anymore, not the one here. And only one register takes cash, and that register is almost always either in use or broken. Same with where I work. We have 2 registers that take cash and 2 registers that only take card and online. And we get customers all the time asking to go through the service desk, because our service desk has a register up there because we do direct stuff. Yay, tax evasion. It's not tax evasion if I never made the money. Same time, tech bros vastly overestimate the tech level of their consumers. Yep. It's true. Can the robot remove the lead blocks in people's brains and bodies, thus saving humanity? I don't know. Maybe. All I know is if Neuralink properly goes through its clinical trials and works as intended, it will have the ability, and I've done a lot of research on what it actually does, and what it actually does is exactly the kind of thing that would benefit me. It will bridge nerves in like a proxy environment, basically. And it can take signals that your brain gives and send it through your spine, which is why people have problems like I do. The pain in my legs is because nerves don't properly reach my brain from my legs. The signal doesn't, it's either received wrong or it gets mixed up in translation at some point. And if I had a machine regulating that, I'd be able to stop neuropathic pain, or at least lower it. I'd be able to increase mobility in things that have lost mobility. I'd be able to better vision. There's a very real chance that if it works the way that it's supposed to without side effects, I could get rid of my light sensitivity. My light sensitivity is specifically caused because of scar tissue. If I had a machine changing that signal so that it's less intense, I'd lose my light sensitivity. I'd be able to see without having to use fucking blue shift screens and sunglasses or visors or helmets. People never talk about the medical applications like that. Even though all the other things are valid criticisms. That's why I say as long as there's no complications. But that can be said for any new technology. I'm just hopeful. I'm really hopeful with it. If I could put a chip in the back of my head that would fix the current major issues that I have with MS, or at least manage them, and then I had machines in my home that gave me the ability to be fully independent even after what's going on, I'd effectively not be disabled. Which would be awesome. What if I went full Bubble Boy? What if I got a Bubble Boy suit and I had the robot roll me around like a Katamari game? You think that'd be cool? I think that would work, and I see absolutely no problem with it. But what about the stimmies? I don't know if, cause what, I don't think Neuralink would be able to fix my sleep problems. My sleep problems are chemical imbalance. It's not nerve stuff, which is what, cause what Neuralink effectively does is it spines recognizes and isolates patterns based off of neural transmissions from your brain and your spine. And it is able to then either send its own signals in a way that it will learn, hey, the brain is sending this signal, the spine is getting this signal, this is wrong, make up the difference or suppress the difference. And that's how it would be able to change things, like disabilities. It can't change chemical imbalances. It's also like that's why what a lot of people were initially focusing on is that Neuralink lets you use a computer without a mouse and keyboard, because it will read your fucking signals, and then it can isolate signals that you designate to then transfer it to mouse movement. Also, I am curious how fast that correction works. Sounds like it could both cure and cause schizophrenia. That's the thing. It could actually fix, if it works properly in a fast enough pattern, it could fix a ton of very dangerous and albeit fairly rare problems that are nerve-based. But more importantly, can I play Skyrim on it? Maybe. The only thing is, that's the other thing. We don't know how long it's going to work yet. And we don't know how long it would take for the machine to be fast enough to be able to be practically instantaneous. Because that's how fast nerves get sent through your body. It's very quick. Very, very, very quick. If it can read things fast enough to be like real time, essentially, then yes, you could play Skyrim with it. Otherwise, you're going to have incredibly heavy input lag that would make playing Skyrim very difficult. Although you'd still be able to do it, you just have really bad input lag. Like playing a game by using Skype to have remote control of someone's computer on the other side of the planet. Yep, Stadia. Exactly. Exactly. With synthesis and have a link to people's chain. There's a whole bunch of weird science. Ugh. I'm mentally exhausted. I've been reading this shit. Walls and walls and walls and walls and walls of text and other shit. Want to nitpick? Literally on the other side of the planet happens with military tech. They mention the input lag is measured in minutes. Yeah. I've been reading through so much shit to try and figure it out. I finally have my answers, though. Because the biggest question was, my doctor said, are you applying for full disability? And the question immediately is, can I even get that? And I have my answer. I really hope it works out. I hope so, too. I hope all of this works out easy. If I'm lucky, in a month, I'll see my doctor. They'll get me in touch with a bunch of other doctors. Those other doctors will make sure that I'm in a fit enough state, and hopefully I am in a healthy and fit enough state to be able to be put on the new medication. The new medication should eliminate my multiple sclerosis problems. At the downside of hypogammaglobulinemia. The hypogammaglobulinemia, its complications, and the already done damage to my brain will exist, but I'll get assistance. Well, I won't be able to work, and I'll be forced out of the job market. I won't be hopeless. And as long as I'm making enough money to continue paying off the debt I'm paying off, then by mid-next year, I'll be debt-free. I'll have assistance in a bunch of stuff. I'll have assistance with housing. I'll have assistance with food. I'll be able to take care of myself. I'll be able to create an environment where I can be safe and healthy and make sure that I don't have any medical complications. As long as I can do that, I can live. That's what matters. If I can live, if I can do my projects, I'm going to have to dedicate a fuckload of time. Like, it's not like I'm gonna just fucking wake up in the morning and, oh, I'm not in the workforce anymore, and the sun is shining and the birds are chirping and I stretch my arms out and a bird lands on my window and sings to me and gives me a grapevine. It's not gonna be like that. I'm going to have to constantly be cleaning and sanitizing everything that I touch. I'm going to have to be cleaning myself as well as taking excessively good care of my body. I'm going to have to be very careful about food and physical exercise and movement. I don't want to get hurt, because if I hurt myself, I'm going to take a very long time to heal, if I even do heal. Like, I was watching people talking about an actual, like, neurologist talking about, and the reason I keep mentioning her, I keep mentioning Iron Mouse, because Iron Mouse has a very similar problem to me. She has CVID, which is not as extreme as what I have, but it's still a problem. CVID is more common, but that doesn't make it a good thing. It's still really bad. I effectively have CVID from the medication I'm on right now. And yeah, exactly. She's in a wheelchair. Remember how I said when I get hypogammaglobulinemia, I'm going to... Is that the right one? Yes. Here, I'll type it. You guys can have the full word. This is the word. When I have that, I won't have the immunoglobulins, and they won't come back like mine are now. If I stop taking my pills, they come back and they're in my blood again. Once I'm there, I'm fucked. Yep, exactly. Exactly. And the reason she's in a wheelchair and stuff is when you have severely reduced immunoglobulins like that, you get a ton of problems. It's not just you don't have an immune system. There are other effects that happen. You start to have pain and can have swelling and it can have loss of use of joints. I think it's called rheumatoid arthritis. Is that what it's called? That can make you bedridden. And if you do get bedridden from being sick, you are especially going to have a hard time because those joints are going to get used to not being used. It can be really difficult. The fact she was able to walk on a treadmill for 5 minutes is massive for her. That's awesome. And the only reason I am talking about all of this is, obviously I'm not super popular. I'm not some famous guy who can bring awareness to stuff. But if I say this, then if people ask questions, here's the answer, right? I just want it to be like that. I don't want to feel like I have to constantly bring it up. I'm trying to get all the questions answered in one place. That's why I said I wanted this to be a shorter stream, but I've actually ended up talking about a lot more than I originally planned. I was going to just speed run that I'm going to be taking the medication, but I think it's better that I'm actually talking about everything than otherwise. But here, if I look up hypogammaglobulinemia versus CVID. Yeah, hypogammaglobulinemia is a primary immunodeficiency disorder that's characterized by low levels of serum immunoglobulins, while common variable immunodeficiency is a clinical disease label that encompasses a heterogeneous group of conditions within the same disease spectrum. There's a lot that's similar between them. But what I'm gonna have isn't just hypogammaglobulinemia either. Hold on. I'm following it. Yes. Hypogammaglobulinemia Immunoglobulinemia is a complication of Ocrevus, a medication used to treat multiple sclerosis. It's a condition where serum immunoglobulin levels are reduced. It's a known complication of anti-CD20 therapies like Ocrevus and can increase the risk of serious infections. So, yeah, there is no accepted approach to treating hypogammaglobulinemia in patients with MS. What Ocrevus does specifically, how does Ocrevus kill B cells? I read this earlier. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, so Ocrevus kills B cells by binding to the CD20 protein on the surface of B cells and causes a trigger of processes that destroys it. It is a poison that will bond with my B cells specifically and kill them. It will cause apoptosis. It will cause antibody-dependent cell-mediated cytotoxicity. It'll cause complement-dependent cytotoxicity and antibody-dependent cellular phagocytosis. It's a monoclonal antibody therapy that's used to treat MS. It's effective at reducing the risk of relapses and disability progression. And it is the first approved therapy for primary progressive MS. That's why it's being given to me. Because I don't just have relapse remitting anymore. I have primary progressive. Which means it keeps getting worse. I don't have periods of time where I go back to being normal. It's usually done by the body to kill corrupted cells. Yes, exactly. Yep. I'm going to be taking medication that makes it happen. My body isn't doing it. It's being forced. It's being medically forced. Because like he's who was it? Was it Helm earlier that mentioned chemo? Before Ocrevus, what people would get is called Rebif, which is what I was originally going to have to take because it was what my old insurance preferred. And we were like, no, we're not giving you Rebif. Rebif is literally chemo. It's chemotherapy. Before Ocrevus was developed to be able to specifically target B cells, you'd take chemo to kill your bloodstream to the point that it can't hurt your brain anymore. Because the thing with multiple sclerosis, I said this at the beginning, but I haven't repeated it. My immune system eats the fat in my brain. It's called demyelination, and nobody knows why it happens. That's the biggest problem with MS. It's rare, and so little is known about it. Sometimes people will refer to it as a condition or a disorder. Hold on. And, well, sometimes it's called... Hold on, my fucking tracking's getting all bad. There we go. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. It's referred to as a disease. Because they don't know if it's a disease or a disorder. They've never been able to replicate it and induce it in someone. All they know is that if you have MS, you'll have a protein in your spinal fluid. And for some reason, your white blood cells keep eating the fat in your brain. Relapse remitting means it happens sometimes and then stops, and then you get better, and then it happens again, and then it stops, and then you get better, and then it happens again, and then it stops, and you get better. You see the problem? Primary progressive or malignant is what it's also can be called. MS is when it doesn't stop. Like, it'll happen, you'll have a problem, it would suck, and then it doesn't, like, what happened doesn't go away. It might start to heal, but you don't go into full remission where you're effectively normal and healthy. At first, it was relapse remitting because all I did was go blind. They found other lesions in my brain, but they weren't causing any problems that they could see. So they're like, all right, it's relapse remitting. But because I've now had 4 different important events, which is what they're called demyelination events, and when they last MRI'd me, I had 19 lesions in my brain and spine. That's a lot. And the other thing it could cause... it causes plaque buildup in your brain. That's what the brain lesions are called. They're referred to as plaques. Not all brain lesions are necessarily due to MS, but research shows that certain lesions are particularly characteristic of the condition. Funny you should get this diagnosis with this recommendation when playing Silent Hill 2. Tomorrow. Tomorrow I plan on playing it again. I was going to play tonight, and I was going to play last night, but it's just been filling out forms and shit. Tomorrow should be fine for me to play because I don't work the next day. I do work tomorrow, though, so... And I'm already tired, and I've already done research all fucking day and all night the night before. Care for fixing. Maybe something near your skull outside is causing the problem, like a bone piece corruption. They no clue. And the other thing about it is it's random. It's completely random. Just a part of my fat in my brain, a part of my myelin will just start to be killed and bleed. That's MS. Some people are unlucky, and one day they wake up and their legs don't work. Some people wake up and they can't see. That's what happened to me. Usually it doesn't happen until you're older, though. The fact that I got my diagnosis at all is really lucky. Going blind was insanely lucky, because if I didn't go blind, it would have probably taken them a very long time to figure out I have MS. When I went blind, I went in, they sent me to optology, they put me in front of a machine, and they went, we mapped your blind spots, they're symmetrical. Which means it's your brain. They immediately referred me to a neurologist. And the moment I saw the neurologist, he said, we're going to do MRIs. They did the MRIs, and then the next day he said, all right, we see lesions. Go to the hospital. We're going to suck out your spinal fluid to see if you have the protein. If you do, it's MS. And I did. Normally, MS is considered pretty far down the line because it is very rare. It is not common. And it's more common when you're older because usually you don't notice it until something severe happens. And it can take a very long time for something severe to happen. So, going blind at 20... Was I 22 or 23? I don't remember. Going blind in your early 20s isn't common. I was actually being considered like a fucking freak show attraction at the hospital. Almost every single doctor in the hospital that went to my floor stopped by to see me. Trade offer, you get my GBS, I get your MS. I had every single doctor in the hospital stop by, and they'd come in, they'd see me, and they'd be like, so you have like loss of vision, you went blind. I'm like, yep. I'm like, you're so young for it. Like, you're so young for it. That's shocking. I'm like, yep. It was symmetrical in both eyes, and it's MS. They did a spinal tap, and they were like, yep, I saw that on your chart. I saw that. Well, hopefully you get it all taken care of, and the steroid, like, it was the same thing. Every single nurse and doctor that went to my floor stopped by my room to look in. And I got introduced to a ton of people. I got introduced to so many doctors. Because he showed symptoms so early, it's believed he was able to fight off the more lethal effects and ultimately died of old age. Yep. That's the hope for me. The hope for me is that because we found it so early, like, if I didn't go blind, I don't even think I'd be diagnosed with MS yet. Which means I'd have rampant, active primary MS. Just taking parts of my brain away. With no immunosuppression, no treatment, no steroids. I'd be having completely random effects. I could be wheelchair bound. I could be anything. And they would check like a dozen other medical complications before even considering MS. Going blind was really lucky for me. So the hope, the cross my fingers hope, is they're gonna blast my ass with steroids, check off everything off the list to make sure I'm fine, and then suppress my immune system so I never have those dangerous side effects. Because you can have super severe, dangerous, life-threatening side effects with multiple sclerosis. Any part of your body can be affected by it. Because if the wrong part of your brain gets fucked, you are in major trouble. It's the opposite of what happens with Alzheimer's. Which protein is the MS conclusion? MBP is the second most abundant protein in myelin, constituting 30% of the total CNS myelin protein that was first isolated in the early 1960s. Where is it? Yeah, the 1433 protein in multiple sclerosis, a marker of disease severity. To investigate the value of the increase of 1433 in the tau proteins of the cerebrospinal fluid as peripheral markers of axonal pathology and predictors of disease evolution. Yeah, what they've been able to find is that the reason multiple sclerosis is so ridiculously weird is like pretty much every single person that presents with multiple sclerosis, they have a few things that are checked off on a list, but they've done studies before where they induce these things to try and see if someone develops multiple sclerosis, and it has never worked. Yep. Vitamin D deficiency is one of them. Like, when people show up with MS, they show up with low... as long as they've had an event, they have low vitamin D. But having low vitamin D does not mean you're going to get MS. But if you have MS, you have low vitamin D. Unless you're, like, taking incredibly high vitamin D supplements. What's the average... like, what is the healthy vitamin D range? The healthy vitamin D range is between 20 and 5. Do you want to know how much my vitamin D count was? 4. I didn't even have a fifth of what my brain was supposed to have. Correlation, MS people have trouble going outside or causes. Exactly. Like, people with MS usually have trouble going outside because they're taking medication that, it's not lack of sunlight that causes it. So you need to consume more vitamin D. When I was first diagnosed, I was taking, trying to remember. They had me on vitamin D supplements to try and get my vitamin D levels normal. Hold on. I'm going to open up my Sanford chart. I gotta log into it. And then this will be the last I talk about because I have been talking for way too long. Alright, face tracking's breaking for a second. I gotta use my phone. I can't remember what my Sanford thing is. Alright, medication history. No, I could actually... I hope you get good sleep after this. Hopefully I will. Let me scroll all the way down. Yes, it was in 2021, so 3 years ago that I went blind. So I had an office visit. That's the very first one. July 6th of 2021 is when I first went to the hospital because I was blind. Let's see. View notes. 23-year-old right-handed male presented to clinic for further evaluation of visual field defect with abnormal MRI of the brain suspicious for demyelination. He has no right homonymous scotoma secondary to a lesion in the left optic nerve tract just posterior to the chiasm. Yeah, I took 1,000 milligrams of vitamin D daily. My piss was radioactive yellow. I also had calcium deficiency and low salt. I was recommended a low salt diet and blood sugar checks minimum twice a day while I was in the hospital. Yep. Close that. And then where's the after visit summary? Oh, no. I was taking 50,000 milligrams of vitamin D daily. Yeah, 50,000 unit capsules. Every day. Because I was so severely low. And then I bet you I could open up my labs from all the way back then too. Give me a moment. Okay, no, stop. I have too many songs on this playlist. Go back to this one. I want to read this. Yeah, my immunoglobulins were all good, which was the problem. My immunoglobulins were... There we go. My creatine was low. My glucose was a little on the higher end. Everything seemed relatively okay until they got to... Where is it? They did a whole bunch of tests to make sure I didn't have, like, HIV or anything like that. Thankfully I didn't. Where is it? Yep. I had a severe vitamin D deficiency when I showed up. And again, they don't know why people have a severe vitamin deficiency when they present with MS, but they almost always do. Keep scrolling. I can't find it. Lack of sun, maybe? No. It's not lack of sun. Lack of sun can cause vitamin D deficiency. But again, they gave a bunch of people vitamin D deficiency to see if it would cause multiple sclerosis, and it didn't. It's just one of the things that happen with it. And until some sort of clinical test figures out why, we don't know. That's what fucking sucks about multiple sclerosis, is so little is actually known about it. Yep, the cause of MS is unknown, and its pathophysiology remains poorly understood. Patients are not born with MS, but some environmental factor apparently acts on genetically susceptible individuals to produce the disease, but the nature of that factor, such as whether or not it is a virus, remains completely unknown. There are things that are always true, but those things that are always true don't cause it. The working theory is that a genetic factor mixes with an environmental factor to cause it. But there is no proof of it, and it has never been replicated. And it's hard to also even test if it can be done in the first place, because a very small amount of the population has it. What percent of the population has MS? 0.21% in the United States. Less than 1%. And then, what percent of MS patients have active, progressive MS? 10 to 15% of that. It's a very, very small amount. Although, it is believed that more people have it than, they know. It's just that until they're diagnosed with it, they don't count it. So, for all we know, a whole bunch of people have it, but for some reason, they just don't get the same effects. There's a very real chance that there's a lot of people who have it who never experienced demyelination. There's a fairly substantial amount of people who go, have a problem with MS. They'll have, vision problems, or their arms or legs will get weak, and then they never have another event again. Even if they don't get medicated, there's a chance that you'll just never, you'll be in permanent remission, or you could be in remission for decades. You'd never have problems. I love not knowing what's wrong with my immune system. Yippee, yippee, woohoo, yep. It's that completely random nature of it, and the fact that it's scarce, and the fact that it has to have... Because I had 14 lesions in my brain previously when I went blind. The 14th one was the one that made me go blind. All the other ones had healed over as plaque, scar tissue. I have no idea what those other 13 lesions did. They did something. Some part of my brain was damaged. It's the working theory that that part of my brain that was damaged is the reason my gallbladder began malfunctioning, which is why my gallbladder stopped pumping properly and eventually just started to rot inside my body and died. But can't prove it. And the brain is supposed to have immunoprivilege. Yep. Yeah, it's it's your own immune system that hurts it. And then also what exactly your B cells do to it also matters in the first place. If you... For example, if you just have some light demyelination, a little bit of the fat in your brain gets damaged. You'll probably bleed a little bit, you'll get a lesion, the signal might be slightly weaker, and for the most part it can be practically unnoticed. If enough of it happens, that builds up, and your farthest extremities start having problems. That's called generalized demyelination. And in other situations, you'll have the complete opposite happen, where it will completely strip the myelin from a bundle of nerves. And when that happens, a big list of complications can happen. One, without the myelin, the wires don't have insulation and the signals don't get sent properly. Two, if the nerves start to cross, those actual like signals can bounce and either not go where they're supposed to, or even get sent through the wrong nerve channels and be read incorrectly by the brain. Yep, they'll fry each other. They can become actually damaged and can become frayed. In worst case situations, they fray irreparably and are just dead and will never work, which is what happens when your legs stop moving if you have multiple sclerosis. It's completely random. And then on top of that, to make it even worse, not only does your immune system eat your myelin with wanton desire, like just whatever it feels like, for absolutely no specific reason, then you get another coin toss to see whether it heals. And to what degree it heals. I was lucky. My vision almost completely healed. That's why they blast you with steroids, because it can take up to 2 years to find out whether or not your nerve starts healing. Heavy steroid treatment can speed that up dramatically to less than 6 months. I had 2015 vision, now I have 2020 vision. I had better than perfect vision. Aren't the symptoms of a disease usually the responses the immune system has when a person is infected? Yep. If you... That also is the thing, like with what Taryn was saying. Some viruses and bacteria and stuff like that, they don't kill you. And if you're sick with it, but your immune system doesn't respond with it, it could just sit in your body, as long as it's not damaging it. But the ones that harm you are the ones that cause you to get sick because your body responds to it. Getting a fever and stuff, like the disease doesn't cause the fever. Your response to the disease causes the fever. Right, they may just make a permanent nest. Yeah, they could sit, they could just sit in stasis, happy to exist. There are a lot of microbacterial and other like single-celled organisms that won't harm you at all. And the whole reason a fever is dangerous is it's your body fighting the disease, but it could cook your own brain. Obviously, that's not a good thing. What the layman calls a fever are an immune response, not a disease symptom. Yep, exactly, that's what I just said. The immune system, that is the result of your immune system actively fighting it. However, if a fever gets too bad, it could damage your brain. So are you jobless now? Not yet. This is the last time I'll say the TLDR, and then for real, I gotta start wrapping up the stream because it's almost been 3 hours. My multiple sclerosis is not relapse remitting. It's primary aggressive. And what that means is my immune system is demyelinating my brain too fast and too aggressively. It's not going into remission like it should. And the medication I'm on, Mazent, is what it does is your B cells, which are the white blood cells that are mostly responsible for your immunoglobulins that actually fight infection and so on and so forth. Mazent tricks them, because when you get an infection, your body sends those B cells to go into your lymph nodes, and then your lymph nodes filter your blood and filter other stuff to keep that disease from ever spreading. That's why if you get a sore, like if you get strep throat or something like that, your neck, on the front of your neck, like under your jaw, hurts because your lymph nodes swell up. And the swelling can be painful because so much is happening in there. Mayzent basically just makes it happen all over your whole body. But instead of targeting like one set of lymph nodes, it's spread throughout all your lymph nodes. So none of my lymph nodes are swollen to the point that I notice it. There's no effect. I don't have pain in my lymph nodes. I don't have lumps where my lymph nodes are. I don't have anything like that. My lymph nodes just house my B cells. However, your lymph nodes don't make your B cells. Your B cells still have to get to the lymph nodes in the first place. And while it's on that little trip...
I think I got it, but just in case, tell me the whole thing again. I wasn't listening.
If the MS is extreme enough, just that trip is all it takes. And your B cells can start stripping your brain. That's what's happening to me. That's why I've had problems, despite Mayzent, which means Mayzent isn't strong enough. There's only one medication that can actually... Well, there's two, but there's only one used, generally, medication that can stop progressive or aggressive or malignant multiple sclerosis, and it's called Ocrevus. Now, Mayzent tricks your immune system. Tricks it into going and acting like there's a sickness. If I stop taking Mayzent, all of my B cells are going to go, hey, wait a minute, there's no sickness here. Let's go back to the bloodstream. And then they do. And that I'm able to fight sickness if that happens. That's why Mayzent is safe. That's why I chose Mayzent in the first place. I didn't want to choose Ocrevus, because Ocrevus doesn't trick your B cells, it murders them. It is a cytotoxin that will bond with the whatever 20 protein in your B cells and kill them for 6 months. And it is not reversible. It works very similarly to chemo, but it specifically targets your B cells. When your B cells get killed, you don't have immunoglobulins. You don't have an immune system. It's not a hidden immune system, it's a non-existent immune system. And the poison lasts for... Yep. The poison lasts for 6 months at a time. It is the only medication that will work. And if I don't go on it, I am at a very severe risk of being turned into a vegetable. So it's not a choice. I have to take it. I have to take it. When I do take it, I'm going to have hypogammaglobulinemia from the medication, amongst other things. But essentially, I'm disabled. I already knew I'm disabled. I'm in the workforce with limitations that I ignore a lot in order to work. But with this one, I can't ignore it. I'm going to get fired. I'm going to lose my job. There's no avoiding it. I cannot meet the requirements of my job while on this medication. And it's no longer going to be a stay away from sunlight, try not to get sick. It's going to be for 6 months. If you stand in the sun or get sick, you die. And then when those 6 months are done, we're going to do it again. It is a dramatically more severe situation. It cannot be reversed. Once I'm on it, if I get sick, I die. So I'm not going to be able to work.
I'm being told that it's a skill issue, just don't die.
Exactly. That's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to be removed from the job market. I'm going to get disability benefits, but those disability benefits will not be the same amount of money I make now. It's going to be like 60% of what I make now, and I already don't make a living wage. I'll get food stamps. I'll get like housing assistance, so on and so forth, but I'm not going to be allowed to work. And it's not just a situation of I'm not allowed to work. It's if I do find a remote job to do, I lose my benefits. It's going to be a try not to get sick for the rest of my life challenge, second. But, yeah. I can't make money. If I do, I lose my benefits. So, what I make when I do find a way to make money has to be a living wage. And before you say, well, just work something that gives a little bit of money, it'll be fine. If I make over $1,000 in a month, I lose everything. That's the line that they set. According to Social Security, $1,000 is a living wage. Because if you're making it, it's meaningful gains, and you no longer qualify for disability. I had this bombshell dropped on me 2 days ago when I talked to my doctor because he thought I was already applying for full disability. He didn't think I was going to work. And I've spent the last 2.5 days talking to organizations and coworkers and bosses and doctors and a whole bunch of other stuff. This YouTube stuff has to work then. Yeah, so Helen made the joke earlier, like, so no $100 donations, right? Thankfully, as long as I don't take the money, it's not taxable income. So I don't have to worry about making more than $1,000 in a month on YouTube. I just need to not take it. Okay? That's what's important. And the thing is, Social Security is going to be constantly checking over and over and over again. And they're not going to go, you made $999. That's not $1,000. You're fine. If they see I'm making $999, they're going to say, close enough, and pull it out from under me. Now, I'm okay with having my benefits pulled out from under me, as long as I'm making at least as much money I'm making now. Then I'm okay with it. That's pretty much what it's going to be. YouTube is going to hold it. As long as I don't link a bank account to YouTube, I don't get the money. Can you make a friend take the money and give it to you, like Bone or Odd? That is totally something I could do, but I don't live with anybody that I trust enough to do that. And it's technically tax evasion. So, for legal reasons, I wouldn't do it. That's called traveling and it's risky. Yep, money laundering. Exactly. It can technically be legal, but if they figure out it in any way, like, they'll just trace it back to me anyways and consider it that anyways and then probably fine me. Time to take out the cursed clips. Evasion is a friendship bonding experience, pretty much. The thing is, I can make money, I just can't make a lot of it. Like, $400 every once in a while is going to be fine. That's going to be completely fine. But I'm not going to be sitting here doing math to make sure I only make a certain amount. They'll catch on to that. That's shady. Basically, if I'm going to start making somewhere, I have to make sure it's at least like $1,600 a month. If it's at least $1,600 a month, I am okay with losing my benefits. $1,600 a month is not a living wage, by the way. Do you still have to pay taxes? It's not income. I have to pay taxes on the money I make, obviously. But the benefits are not considered income. It's very complicated and is a long, annoying process. But the start of the process is going to be a doctor saying, you can't work. As soon as he says that, my job will fire me. I will probably be able to get some disability insurance through my workplace. They offer that, but it's going to be nothing. It's going to be a tiny amount of money. When I was on their disability insurance when I went blind, it was like $180 every 2 weeks. That's nothing. That's nothing. Usually it's half of what you would get if you're on SSI for disability, and it's half of minimum wage where you live or so. And it's less if you're part-time, which I am. It's even less if you're part-time. It's like 35 or 40% of what you make. Not minimum wage, what you make. That's still a lot. No, it's not. Here's the problem. I don't work 40 hours a week. So you can't type it correctly. Let me do the math right now, okay? And it's considering after, like, pre-taxes, and it gets taxed. So if I do a calculator, why do I have to do a calculator? I can just say what I make. I make anywhere from $500 to $800 biweekly. That's what I make at work, depending on how many hours I'm given. And keep in mind, I often break the rules. I'm not supposed to work more than 24 hours in a week, and sometimes I work 30. So I'm breaking the rules. So me breaking the rules won't be considered. They will consider my legal limit. Once they do all the math, I'm probably from disability going to be taking home like $900 a month. That's it. It's 2.1K per month max for disability. That's max. That's max. I believe in my state, the max you can get is like 1,600, which is why I say the only situation where me taking money as payment for something that would be worth taking is if I'm making more than 1,600 a month. How much does tax taking it? Oh my god, I live in Minnesota, so we have awful tax. Let's see, Minnesota tax on wages. So just from the state tax alone is almost 10%. And then 5 to 9%, depending on where you are. I have a pretty substantial chunk. Let's see. You know, I could just... Oh, hold on. I got this. I could just open up my last fucking document and see exactly how much. It's not that bad, then. Hold on. I could just open up my last pay stub. Give me a moment. You guys are gonna hear it bing. Maybe. And then I could tell you the exact amount of money that I lose bi-weekly. No results for F... Yeah, I know. I didn't type in FMLA paperwork, you assholes. Is it tax documents? My tax documents? Okay. Let's see. So, I made... my gross earnings last year, according to my tax information. I don't mind giving this information out. I'm not embarrassed about it or anything. I made 18.2K total throughout the whole year. And then how much tax did I have taken total? Let's see. Thanks, Steve. I made 18.2K total. Now, if I open up the calculator and then take the tax... So I had federal income tax was 1.4 thousand. Social Security tax was 1.2 thousand. Medicare tax was 300, and state income tax was 750. So 750 plus 300 plus 1,200 divided by $18,200. 20% of my wages were taxed. 19.9% of my wages were taxed. keep in mind, in Minnesota, we don't just have the state tax. We have Medicare tax, where everyone has a percent of their earnings taxed in order to do the Minnesota Care. Yeah, 20% tax. Total. Minnesota's taxes are awful. And the thing is, I'm so fucking lucky that the Minnesota Care I qualify for because I'm severely under the poverty line. Because even if I couldn't use it, I'd still be paying for it in taxes. If I wasn't getting taxed for it, I'd be able to afford much better insurance. But the taxes, they tax you for like 4 different things. Oh yeah, and also my county has an imposed tax on all things that you buy. You get taxed 18 ways to Sunday. There's a reason all the old people here care so much about being tax exempt. And this is just the taxes on wages. This is not taking into consideration taxes like other stuff. But the Medicare seems to work at least on it. Could be more like, yeah, like thankfully I qualify for it. But keep in mind, if I'm offered any insurance to any degree, I lose my state insurance, even if it's bad. If I worked more than 32 hours in a week, the state would consider me full-time, and because my job offers insurance to full-time people, even though I'm not offered it, they offer it to full-time, the state considers me full-time, I lose my insurance. So I'm legally not allowed, or I'm medically not allowed to work more than 30 hours in a week. And that's before you, that is considering specifically my ability to afford insurance, or afford medication. You want to know how much my pill, my MS pill costs per month if I didn't have insurance? You ready for this? A month of Mazent is $17,352. That is my yearly annual pay pre-taxes. It would cost my entire pre-taxes yearly paycheck to pay for 1 month of the pills I take. And that is only the MS medication. That is not counting amitriptyline, gabapentin. That is not counting... I keep forgetting the name of this medication. Modafinil. That is not counting anything else. Why is it so expensive? Because it's a specialty pharmacy. Here's the nice thing, okay? Here's the nice thing. All these MS medications are really understanding and helpful. Mazent is not my preferred medication, according to my insurance. According to the insurance I have, my preferred medication is Rebif. Chemotherapy. That's what they wanted me to take. My doctor said, no, we're not poisoning the kid. Mazent is better. And what Mazent, the pharmacy that makes Mazent is called Novartis. Novartis offers, if you get denied coverage and are below the poverty line, they'll give you a year of their pills for free. Because, according to Minnesota law, if a medication you are on for a year or more results in the positive intended effects towards something that is debilitating, it doesn't matter if your insurance prefers it or not, the insurance has to cover it. That's the trick. That's why they're able to deny medication. They're able to deny Mazent because I have to be on it for a year and see positive results in order for them to cover it. And because of patient assistance, I was able to be on it for a year and now they cover it. If it wasn't for that, I'd be fucked. So if it wasn't for the actual company that makes the medication having enough of a fucking heart to offer payment assistance, I wouldn't even be able to be on MS medication. I'd be on Rebif. I'd be taking chemo at 23. You guys see just how complicated all of this shit is that you're given as a potential life bill customer. Yep, exactly. The thing with a lot of medical stuff is it's usually super inflated, and what insurances do is they haggle. The pharmacy's like, we want $18,000, and then the insurance goes, we'll give you 200. And they're like, well, we want 80,000. Like, we'll give you 200. And they go, all right. That's how they get away with it. Because if they weren't able to do that, insurances would charge you thousands of dollars a month. It's screwy on both ends. Exactly. It's screwy on both ends. It's all screwy. Oh yeah, and Ocrevus, the medication I'm gonna be on, is $80,000 a year. So, thank God they also have a payment assistance program, or I'd be fucked. It costs over $20,000 for one 300 milligram vial, and I need 600 milligrams every 6 months. Some pharmaceutical companies have patents on certain chemical compositions. Yep, say it's a vice grip, but not on your nuts. Pretty much. So, it's all complicated. I'm gonna have to do all sorts of stuff differently. I'm going to have to keep my living space extremely clean, and I'm going to be fired from my job. I'm going to be severely immunosuppressed, or it won't be suppressed anymore. It'll be immunocompromised, because it's not suppressing; it's killing the B cells, as if a virus came into my body and killed all my B cells. It's no better than that. That is literally what it is doing. Only difference is after 6 months they could choose to stop if they wanted, but they won't. I'm gonna have to be super careful. If I get sick, I'm in a lot of trouble. I can't be in sunlight at all. You asked if I'm gonna be like a vampire. I already am. I wear full body covering every time I go outside because I don't want cancer. I wear a balaclava that covers my face. I have a heavy visor that is UV resistant that covers all angles of vision. I have gloves and an undershirt and leggings and socks that all are UV resistant and antibacterial and microbial, which all costed quite a bit of money to get, by the way. It's not cheap to get clothing like that, but even that's not going to be enough. I'm going to have to put wrapping over my windows to make sure that not a single bit of UV light gets through it. Can you at least eat anything or have restrictions? I can eat anything. I can eat anything. Is there hope for the future? So, what I'm saying is all the negatives. The positive is I'm going to have a lot of free time. Right now, I am struggling to work a job that I shouldn't be working at all. And I've been doing it and slowly losing function in my body. It's going to suck to be extremely immunosuppressed like it is. But I'm not just getting fired with nothing. I'm going to get fired and I'm going to get benefits that are going to allow me to survive and give me the time to hopefully be able to set something up to be able to live above the poverty line for the first time in my adult life and not be homeless. I will once I get fired and I am under that disability, I'm going to qualify for all of the benefits that were made specifically for people in my situation. I've had friends and family members go like, I don't know if I'd do that disability stuff. I knew a person that, like, they had a headache and they got disability, and even though their headache went away, they kept saying they have it, so they keep getting it. I'm like, I'm going to die. How is that even slightly relevant? I'm not fucking pretending my migraine is awful. If I stand in the sun, I'll die. These disability things are made for people like me who don't have a choice. I don't have a say in it. I'm going to get priority parking. I'm going to get handicap parking. I'm going to get a free wheelchair. I'm going to have housing assistance. I'm going to be given grants to make my home better for me. Doorways will be widened to be wheelchair accessible. Windows will be treated so that UV light doesn't come through. Same with my car. I'll be in contact with a whole bunch of companies that offer benefits to people who get the diagnosis I'm going to have. I said it's super expensive that to get the clothes that I have. It won't be, because they'll be given to me. I'm going to be given a suit. I'm going to get a Bubble Boy suit. It's going to be airtight. It is going to be antimicrobial, antibacterial, sanitized regularly, and I'm going to have a helmet. It's going to be weird. The cool thing is I can pimp out my outfit. But I have to wear it. All the jokes about me being Darth Vader are going to be a little bit too fucking real. How will you shower? I don't have to wear it all the time. When I'm in my home, I don't have to wear the suit. When I'm in the home, I'm safe. It's a sanitized, UV-free, safe area where I don't have to worry about getting sick. It's when I leave. The thing is, a lot of people in my situation never leave their house. They never do. They stay in their home and they don't go anywhere. I don't want to do that. So I'm going to get a specially made suit. Pretty much. Pretty much, kid. I want to be able to go outside. I want to be able to... I want to be able to drive a car. I want to be able to go get groceries. I want to be able to see family and friends. Is he gonna keep going? He's fine. Baby's gonna be okay. The truth is, I'm probably gonna get a decontamination chamber for a lot of stuff. Where when I go in it, I'm gonna stand in it. It's gonna shoot a bunch of like airborne sanitization shit. It's gonna kill all the germs, kill all the bad stuff, and then it'll be good. They're not at risk of baby bringing something in from outside. Oh, baby's gonna have to be sanitized too. He's not gonna like that, but he'll be all right. There's always a risk. No matter what, there's going to be a risk at all times. Literally from everything. And I'm going to have to do every single thing in my capability to limit that risk. Sanitizing things, cleaning things. I'm going to have to make sure that I wash food properly. I'm going to have to, in order to interact with people...
Baby is not going to be okay. I'm going to eat baby. Give him to my favorite Chinese restaurant. Yummy.
Yummy. Be safe, dude. Yep, I'm gonna have to. That's why I can't work. That's why my condition that I'm going to have from the medication alone is going to immediately disqualify me from the workforce. So, it'll be interesting. It'll all happen very quickly. The medication is going to be an infusion every 6 months. I'll always feel sick from it, but how sick I feel and for how long will be different. It can be up to 3 weeks that I feel sick after getting it. But aside from that, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the silver lining. Obviously, there's a bunch of ways I could die, but in a way, it's going to let me do what I was planning on doing. I was planning on stopping my job and trying to see if I can make a job selling VTuber models and stuff. And now I'm going to get the freedom to do that, albeit at the loss of my freedom. But it's better than being vegetable. I'd rather do this than lose my legs and my eyes and my taste and my hearing and my smell and my feeling. Quite the paradox. Yep. Quite the paradox. I can make the most of it. I can make the most of it. Look at it this way, okay? I said this earlier, but look at it this way. If I get fired and I go on the disability, and while I'm on the disability, I sculpt out a way to make money making video games and 3D models and stuff, right? I get all that. I used the benefits I had to have a safe home of my own that I own, that I can afford, that is wheelchair accessible and is properly sanitized, cleaned, filtered, yada yada yada. And then fucking Elon Musk releases the Neuralink, and another company makes autonomous robots that can assist me. I can go back on Mazen and stop taking Ocrevus. Because if my MS is causing problems with my nerves in my brain, but if Neuralink can fix them, then it's perfectly fine. Sure, I'll have like weakness and other problems like that, but if I have a humanoid robot, a commercial humanoid robot in my house, helping me out of bed, helping me cook, helping me get in and out of the shower, getting doors for me, or even pushing a wheelchair, whenever that becomes advanced enough to do that, be super cool. It'd be awesome. Like, that would be huge. I would no longer be homeless. I'd have a job I enjoy doing. I'd be autonomous entirely. It'd be good. I can make something good out of this. Also, you asked when will all this start? Who fucking knows? Could start tomorrow. Could start on the 11th. Could start in 3 months. Whenever I go on Ocrevus is the moment it happens. I am scheduled to see my doctor on the 11th, but if a slot opens, I will see them when the slot opens. So if I get called tomorrow saying come in today, I'm going in then. And then if they say, hey, you need to have everything checked before we do this medication, it could be a couple months of seeing doctors like dermatologists, seeing dentists, seeing endocrinologists, seeing all sorts of these different doctors for all sorts of these different things before I go on the medication. Then it could be a couple months. It's completely random. I have absolutely no clue. But one thing is for sure, I'm going to lose my job. I don't know when. I won't lose it until my doctor signs a piece of paper saying I'm going on Ocrevus. Give me 1 second. I'll say goodbye in a moment. I'll be right back. Here's the cat. Yeah, you little pompous piece of shit, taking your sweet ass time coming inside. So, yeah. I have done all the research that I think I can do without talking to a doctor directly. That's what I've been doing for the last couple of days. The new pill I'm on to wake me up is doing great. Tomorrow, I want to return to streaming like normal, and things will just be the way they are until I see my doctor. And then whatever will happen, will happen. Yeah, you big fatty. You gonna slowly eat your food? Yeah, you fat ass. Oh, I see. You finished your food and you want more because you're fat. Right, fatty got his food. Ugh. It's all gonna happen really fast, and I don't know when it's gonna happen. So for now, I'm just gonna continue like normal. I have my FMLA paperwork filled out at work. I can work comfortably without being at fear of losing my job until I get fired. Which is a very ironic sentence to say out loud. Whenever it happens, it'll happen. And who knows? Maybe next month someone will discover a breakthrough new MS medication that doesn't limit your immune system but keeps it from eating your brain. That'd be cool. Probably not gonna happen. Well, no more new video games. No, we'll keep playing stuff. I'll continue playing Silent Hill 2 Remake. I'm just gonna keep doing stuff. Because if I really did, like, say, okay, no new games until after I go on Ocrevus, for all I know, that's gonna be in 4 or 5 months. I mean, buying new video games. I mean, yeah, I probably shouldn't. But I already got Silent Hill 2, so that's fine. And most of the other games are on Game Pass anyways. So it should be okay. I'm not too worried about stuff like that. I got other stuff that's bigger to worry about. That's where I've been for the last couple of days. Doctor's appointment was good, except for the bombshell about the whole disability stuff. And then talking to my bosses and talking to my manager who's leaving opened my eyes quite a bit. Parts of the Caribbean music starts playing in the background. Hey, maybe. You know? So we'll play Silent Hill 2 Remake more, and then we'll play Dead Space also, because blah 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 blah. Game Pass at least is cheap. Yep. For the first couple weeks, it's like $1. And I do have some money. I'm not broke. I've just been spending all my money on paying off debt. That's the biggest thing that I'm worried about. That's the biggest thing I'm worried about. If I can get enough money monthly to keep paying off my stuff, then I'm good. That's gotta be the best victim I've ever seen. So it would seem. A lot of fucking complicated shit. It's PCGP. Yep. The Game Pass on PC is only like $12. Want the crappy MIDI version of that music from Kingdom Hearts 2? Hell yeah. If here's my hope, okay? I hope that I keep working normally until the 11th. And then when I see my doctor, they go, all right, let's get you on this medication so that you stop having these problems. We'll pump you full of steroids so that your brain can heal, and hopefully you'll get as much of your mind back as possible. Your growing pain in your arms and legs will stop because you can't demyelinate anymore. We'll limit your immune system. I'll immediately be approved for benefits. So I will keep getting enough money to be able to pay for everything I need and food. I'll get my room completely set up. I'll have all my sanitation shit that I need. And I'll have my windows blackouted. And I'll be able to function normally. I'll have my suit. That won't cost me any money. And I can still exercise and take care of myself. If I'm able to get food, I'll get food that is good for me. I'll be able to weigh my nutritional value to keep myself as healthy as possible. And then I can do what I was planning on doing anyways and try making models and seeing if I can, do that for a living. If I have the ability to, I would more than happily be done with disability in a month if I can. Most likely won't happen. Plans never go like that, but that'd be cool. I will be able to be safe and comfortable and properly taken care of in my home, and will have everything that I need to be able to try and make a normal life. I can only hope. So, fingers crossed, guys. It's spooky, but it could be worse. At least the medication exists. Because if the medication didn't exist, I'd be basically being told right now, hey, we're going to poison you, and you're going to become a vegetable. Happy days. I hope you enjoy feeling sick for the rest of your short life. At least while you still are conscious enough to stay alive. 'Cause that's what used to happen. They'd poison you to slow it down, but eventually you'd lose your legs and you'd become a vegetable. I actually know a person who ended up mostly like that. I have a family member. I guess they're a family member. They're family of my new stepdad. And he was at my mom and my stepdad's wedding. And he was in a wheelchair. He was blind. He could barely move his arms. He could barely move his legs. And he couldn't talk very well. Because when he was diagnosed, it was Rebif. That was the medication. Even my stepdad was on Rebif, but for something else, not for multiple sclerosis. It's just non-name brand chemotherapy. Lots of people were put on it for a lot of different stuff, and it's not fun. Feels weird to be a grown adult and describe someone as stepdad, much less new stepdad. Yeah, I know, right? I have to, think about whether or not they actually are. People said farmers need to grow vegetables. Some doctors showed an insane new one. Well, that's what Rebif does. It does the same thing chemo does. It kills your bone marrow over time. You want to die a horrible death, lose your bone marrow. I'm really hopeful that this is all going to be good. I'm not just hopeful that it's going to be good. I have a good feeling about this. I've had a good feeling about things ever since I first had the idea of getting the new pill that I'm taking in the first place. And I felt like if I can get this pill and I keep going to my doctor, they're going to be able to help me. Because that's all I want. Before this last couple of months, I want to say 3 months ago, I was like, you know what? It sucks that I have problems, but it is what it is. It is what it is. It could be worse. I could be unable to work, is what I'd say. And then I went crazy. And losing my mind has been the worst thing I've ever experienced. And if I have to drink hand sanitizer for the rest of my life, I'd rather do that than be insane. I can only imagine how much worse it'd be if I lost other stuff. If I lost my ability to do things, that's worse. By far. If I lost the ability to read, if I lost the ability to listen to music, if I lost the ability to use a mouse and keyboard, if I lost the ability to walk, that'd be awful. I already have kind of lost the ability to walk. My list of restrictions at work is an insanely long list. The fact that I'm even being allowed to work right now is a miracle, and it's only because my bosses have been super helpful. And they also know that I'm breaking the law by avoiding the limitations anyways, because I'm not supposed to be doing a lot of the stuff that I'm doing. I have no idea what's going to end up happening with my parents. My parents divorced when I was 13. I was 13 years ago. They don't really get in contact at all. Both halves of my family are pretty distinctly separated. Alright, that's enough yapping. I've yapped for almost 4 hours. I wasn't even planning on yapping for a full hour, but I feel like I got to talk about literally everything that's on my mind. I was just gonna try and quickly make a video saying, hey, I'm gonna take Ocrevus, they're gonna poison me. So I'm gonna rest. It's 1 now. I'm gonna take all my pills. I'm gonna chill the fuck out. Germany has a forklift tournament? That's awesome. Man, that's gonna suck. I'm not gonna be forklift certified anymore. I've been forklift certified for 5 years. No, I'm not gonna think about that. That'll make me sad. I like driving the forklift. It's fun. Hearing your yapping is always fun, though. Yes, I figured it, because I could have just typed this shit, but I didn't want to. I want to hang out and do streams and stuff. Keep in mind, streaming is going to become very important for me once this happens, because I'm not going to get to go out and socialize. I will be able to go out and see friends if they isolate themselves for a chunk of time before I see them, and we hang out in a place that isn't like high human traffic. And I'll be able to see family as long as they properly prepare and I wear the right protective gear. I'm not going to be completely ostracized from society. I could if I wanted, but I don't want to, and I'm not going to. I'd rather be able to interact with people, but I am going to be spending almost all of my time at home. Think about it this way. Other people in my situation have to be taken care of. And I'm gonna do everything I can to be set up to take care of myself. Other people in my situation would have to be taken care of by their mothers or their significant others. Or, like, I don't remember who said it, but one of you guys said a maid. I'm obviously not going to be able to afford something like a maid. But I could afford a robot. If I finance it right. Hear that? Humanoid robot companies? You guys want some in-field data? I'm gonna send a robot to be in my room. Also, without having to work, I'll be able to maintain a better sleep schedule and a better medication schedule, especially with my new wake-up pills. I can turn this into a really, really, really good thing. So hopefully I'll be able to. I could, for all I know, in 2 years, I'm going to look back and think, thank fucking God I got fired and went on Archivist. Companies emailed. They wanted to know how often they'd have to sterilize it. Yes. I'll sterilize it. You know that meme where Captain John Silver from Treasure Planet is holding up his robot hand and there's the sign that says don't fist to android girls, and he says you give up a few things chasing a dream? That's me. Aren't the blood cells and immune cells developed in the lymphs or bone marrow? Yesn't. You get a bunch of different kinds of things in your blood from a bunch of different parts of your body. But yes, the hope of Rebiff is to fuck up your immune system by fucking up your bone marrow. That's like the biggest downside of chemo, is that you poison things like your bone marrow that are responsible for stuff like that. There gonna be any problem for getting stuff done? Nope. That's completely different. Gifts from Throne do not count as taxable income. When you do a gift to Throne, you are paying the company to proxy ship it to me. Yep. Just gotta spray them down. Time for the awful body pillow. If everything works perfectly out, I'm gonna be able to find a way to make money. Because, like I said, Social Security considers jobs in the national workforce, not self-employment. It has to be a job listed under the government's national workforce list. That's what it has to be in order for it to be considered work I can do. So I'm allowed to make money. It's just if I make too much money, they'll stop giving me benefits because it's meaningful gains. How about the video stuff you have on the stream? Well, that's, as long as I don't link, basically, if I do go on the disability, I'm going to, disconnect my bank. Yeah, dog walking is not considered a job under the thing. I'm going to disconnect my bank from my YouTube account. And when YouTube gets money from ad revenue and stuff, it's not taxable until they send it to me. So I can make sure I'm not going to get a surprise $1,500 donation that just fucks me up and ruins everything. I can make sure that's not going to happen. I can be careful. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do nothing for money unless I know for sure it's going to be enough to live off of. It's all very, very complicated, and I'll know more when I get there. Right? Cash limits. Yep. It's not taxed if I don't get paid. And I'm not talking tax evasion, I'm talking legally, that's just true. They can't tax a wage if it's not a wage. So meth lab, arc soon, hey. Or streaming tabs, yep, that too. There's a bunch of different stuff. When I was talking to the other stuff, they were also saying that often things like, there are organizations that work like credit card companies specifically for situations like mine, and they'll finance things in a way so that if I ever do need something, it can be financed in a way at 0% APR and interest to make sure that I'm not spending more money than I can. Like if I get $900, but for that month I need $1,200, I can finance the $300 ahead of time through that company and get like, it's like an advance, but it's credit, so it's different. It's completely different. No one is accusing of tax evasion. Yep. Right? Alexa, add how to draw furries to Phantom's Throne wishes. Okay. On that topic, Bowen was trying to convince me to make furry porn last night, and I'm tempted. Like, if I disconnect myself from it and use an alias, and it pays me a living wage, I could probably mentally block out my work enough to do it. But I'm not that desperate yet. I could probably mentally block it out enough and disconnect from it enough in order to do that. Yet. I mean, hey, if I try to make VTuber models and I do it, but it's not enough money to live off of, then so be it. I'll try something else. And if I try something else and I can't get the kind of job that would pay me a living wage, then I'll just have to figure out more stuff. Like, I have to live. I have to survive. I have to make money. You can't live for no money. That's the only reason I've worked at the job I've worked for as long as I have. Because nowhere else will hire me with the limitations I have already as is. So, we'll see. Also, I can't do my normal outro music because YouTube's broken. Their, YouTube creator music thing is broken. I'm saying maybe you should not just make a female VTuber model and compare the data. I could, but I know what the data would say. The data would say a lot of people are willing to pay me for a 3D furry model, but I don't want to make, red rockets for a living if I don't have to. But my options are becoming very limited. My options are becoming very limited. That's capitalism, baby. money signs in my pupils as my eyes shoot out of my head and shoot back, and you hear a ka-ching sound of a cash register opening. Exactly. Yeah, the jackpot sound. I got 3 sevens in a row. Or the whole, yeah, I'd rather not. I don't want to do that. I'm a little bit too trained, and I could probably do it because I've been learning a lot of interesting 3D modeling stuff. To put it simply, I want to learn how to do jiggle physics right for the female model I make. However, almost every single guide involving jiggle physics is for porn. There was one guy who did not try in the slightest to hide it. He was like, now check out my male model, and it's a male model with a hole where the crotch is because he just deleted the dick off of it. And then he's like, if I duplicate the mesh, when he then pressed paste to duplicate it, the copy did not have the peanuts deleted. And sweet mother of God, that thing was very large. And it shocked me so much that I got in a voice chat with Odd and I showed him, so he'll vouch for me. What did you expect? Well, I didn't expect anything different. It's just at first I lowered my guard, because at first my guard's up like, oh God, I sure hope I don't see a big fat dingaling. And then I was like, oh, thank God. He hit it, and then it was just there. It flashbanged me. I wasn't prepared. There's nothing I can do about that. He cheated. That's cheating. You can't just lower my defenses like that. But for real, I'm really glad I got to talk about this. It's been on my mind for 3 days, and I've been doing so much research trying to figure stuff out. And honestly, until like 4:30 at night last night, when I figured out that term, that whatever term, until I knew that term, I didn't know for sure if I was going to be able to. Because what I was scared of is I'm like, I don't want to try for it just to not be allowed and to lose my job at the same time. Because if I lost my job and couldn't get disability benefits, I'm just fucked. So I spent all day yesterday desperately trying to answer the question. I scrolled through thousands of pages of legal mumbo jumbo until I finally had my answers, and then all day today at work I was making calls, talking to help pages and forums and stuff to try and figure shit out. I even called a lawyer that represents a lot of people who go through what I'm going through. So most likely I won't need a lawyer, but we'll see. If they deny me for any reason, I'll need a lawyer, but they most likely won't deny me. With the complications I have, they instantly accept it. Snooping as usual, I see. Alright. I'm calling it. We'll outro with this next song. We're gonna try to be as normal as we can starting tomorrow, alright guys? My pills have been nice. I just gotta work my shift tomorrow. It'll be the last shift with the last person I like at work. Then I'll come home. I get 3 days off. I'll know more when I get called by the hospital. And I can just start doing stuff. Hopefully with the medication I'm on, those 3 days off, I'll get a lot done. Because just today and yesterday on this pill, I have been so productive. So productive. I'm really, really, really excited to finally get to post some of these projects I've been working on and work on stuff. Love how they got the voice actor to say it at a con, and he only realized what was happening after. Yeah. Oh, I'm tired. You guys have a good night, okay? I appreciate you guys. I hope I was able to answer any questions. If anyone has any questions, or if anyone sees this in post, just post it as a comment under the stream /VOD, and I will answer. If you have literally any questions, I'll answer any questions. I want to explain it to the best of my ability. That's 2 plus 10. 3! What's 9 plus 10? 21. So no pregnant phantom? I'm not pregnant. No pregante. As I was trying to say goodnight, I had to turn on my VPN because my ISP was choking my internet service. Shut up, OBS. Don't make sounds. You guys have a good night, okay? Thank you guys for hanging out. And we'll be back again tomorrow. We'll be playing Silent Hill 2 Remake for sure. But I don't know if we're for sure going to play it tomorrow. We'll see. Because I get off work at 7:30. We'll see how tired I am. If I'm too tired, we might play something else. But either tomorrow or the day after, we're picking back up on Silent Hill 2. Because I want to play it so bad. But I also want to do long streams of it, so. You guys have a good night. Take care. I'll see you then. Peace.